Hello, everybody. Sorry for the slight delay. We had a little technical issue to work out, but we got it set up. And hey, if we got technical issues worked out off camera, I am very happy with that. Skyen's going to be here in just a sec. We're going to get his camera in. But otherwise, welcome to Breakpoints, Perils of the Past, Part 2, an episode that I know a lot of people were very excited for. Yes, you can see Jess is here.
Hi.
Nathan is here.
Hello.
This was such a difficult episode to... I don't know why I decided to do this as a part 2, really, because there's zero cast over.
I did not watch the first one.
Last episode.
So.
That's good. That's fine. That's actually perfect. Now, you'll also notice that there is an ad in the corner. Evan was going to be here, but Evan had a scheduling conflict because he's at a convention right now that came up last minute. So, I slapped some ad space on there, which is a good segue. As I finish getting cameras ready, I'm going to toss this over to Nathan. Nathan, do you mind doing the Patreon plug really quick while I get the cameras finished?
So,
thank you.
If you don't know, we have a Patreon. We have 2 tiers. I believe a $1 tier and a $5 tier. The $1 tier pretty much just gets you access to our exclusive Discord, but the $5 tier you get access to our show Backstage, which is just our talk back show where right after we get off stream, we record that and we talk about what just went down. And
I actually don't know if the new we started doing after shows after the last guest appearances with these people. If you guys want to be on our after show, you're more than welcome. We'll talk about that later.
But now,
I don't think anyone knew we did that.
Patreon has added this new feature where you can get a 7-day free trial. And so for everyone who is like on the fence about paying $5 a month to get the bonus content, you can get the free trial, watch all the bonus content, see if you rock with it, see if it's worth your money, and then if it is, continue paying us, please.
Yes, that would be helpful.
And if not,
remember, I run this show off a Mac, and if I can get not a Mac, then I can start the show on time sometimes.
Start it on time, maybe not have camera issues or audio issues.
Speaking of cameras, Skyen, your camera's ported in now. Hello, welcome. I like the new VTuber, by the way.
Yeah, it's more of a PNG tuber. Mostly reacts to the voice.
Oh, yeah, that's...
Hey, I'm
Very
visible.
nice. Heyo.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, the animation is very, very nice. All right, let's see. I'm gonna frantically scan all my stuff here, make sure everything's good. Everyone's cameras seem well sized. Everyone should be audible. So, in that case, do we have any other announcements? Anyone want to plug anything really quick, or shall we? Go
hey, I just dropped a song about ass. It's not my usual thing, but I got recruited by one of my internet friends saying, "Hey, I need somebody to rap about ass, and you're it." I'm like, "Are you sure? Me?" He's like, "I heard Person in the Mirror." Yes. And so now a song is out called about ass. It's called Buns. So go check that out. And that's why I was gone last weekend, is because I was in LA filming a music video for that song. Which is, it's a crazy one.
When I said, "Hey, does anyone have anything to plug?" That's not what I was expecting, but sure,
hey, neither was I, but I got roped into it.
Go listen to Nathan's song. It's ass. There you go.
It's ass.
I can now insult Nathan in a way that I can get away with easily.
So ass.
All right. So, anyone else got anything about ass or not about ass? I guess I'll take that as a no. All right. So, for those who did not watch last week's episode, don't worry. You don't need to. I called this a part 2, but it's not directly a part 2. You don't necessarily need to have seen the last episode to watch this one, so don't be worried. But actually, yeah, do I even want to do a recap of last? I don't think I do. I do. We're going to leave it as a little bit of a surprise for the people who have not seen. But what I will say is that this episode is taking place long in the past of the campaign. This episode is taking place far, far, far before the events of anything else that we have seen in the campaign so far, and is going to be largely about the origins of Symmetris, which, as I'm sure many of you are excited to hear in chat, yes, does involve young Callisto, young Prophis, maybe young Aldor, but we'll get to that in a second, because first, we've got some new characters, some new recruits to this strange magical order that is investigating things. And I think we're going to pick up with you three in a caravan, essentially on the way to this magical compound. You guys have all been recruited to this this order, researching weird things. Your motivations, I don't even know your motivations for joining, but let's find out. And I think we'll go in order. So let's start with Skyen. Introduce your character.
Right, well, my character is called Boom, and he's a kobold, and he's an evocation specialist wizard, which means he knows how to cast a good big fireball. That's most of what he knows how to cast. He knows how to cast fireball real good, though. And
that's all you really need.
He is joined up because he heard these people are good at casting spells, and maybe there would be some opportunities every once in a while to make something blow up real good, preferably with a fireball.
Wow.
Perfect.
Wow.
I have to give everybody a little behind the scenes input here of how I was informed of Skyen's character, which was basically just that after I invited him to this episode, a bit of time passed, and he messaged me a D&D Beyond link and just said, like, how's this? And I click on the D&D Beyond link, and the first thing I see is boom, kobold wizard. So kobold wizard. So I see that, and I'm like, all right, cool. I'm in. I honestly didn't even read beyond that. I wanted to be surprised. I saw the name and I was immediately on board. So thank you, Skyen, for that. All right, now, rotating over to Nathan, a character who, from what I know, will have a very different vibe. Go ahead.
Cool. So, my name is Bernard Collins, but people just call me Bernie. I'm retired, but I've dedicated my life to studying the realms and magic. I'm a human cleric of 70 years. I'm very weak and frail and unconstitutional, but my mind is strong, and I'm very wise, and I'm happy to be a part and hoping to reach a breakthrough.
Actually, once again, I have to do a little bit of behind the scenes because everyone has good background of them giving me their characters. Nathan texted me and said, "Hey, is this a session where we're going to have to do combat, or can I make just a really old man?" And I said, "It's funnier if I don't tell you." And now we have Bernie.
Should I just do Bernie Sanders? The government!
Direct revenge.
That's so good.
Direct revenge for the hidden combat in Business Venture.
Yes.
And now rotating around one more to the final in this this strange group of spellcasters.
So I'm playing a plasmoid with 10 levels in Druid and 10 levels in Warlock. That's a level 20 plasmoid because
yes, level 20.
Matt said yes to that for some reason. And she is a plasmoid named Gloop Clop. She serves the slime goddess, she who embraces us all, and is really just wonderful. She's a pretty well-rounded individual, very normal, surprisingly normal.
I mean, yeah, the standards of this campaign, a chill level 20 plasmoid, that pretty much does fall on the normal scale of things.
So we got a chill level 20 plasmoid, an ancient 70-year-old cleric, and a kobold who likes to blow things up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I love having everybody make characters without coordinating with each other. It really does just provide the best things. So, now that we know everybody in this caravan, well, not everybody, I guess I should note, there are some other spellcasters going along with you on your journey, but, we'll say that you three are all in one cart that is going through the desert. Now, you knew, all of you have been informed, that this compound was somewhere off in the desert, which is in the center of Ventral. This is, of course, before the city of Riftreach was founded. It is, however, noticeable and maybe a little bit odd to you, depending on your character's personality and perceptiveness, that you are going this far into the desert, because to all of your knowledge, there's nothing really out there. It is just a desert with nothing, it's a huge desert in the center of the continent. There are very few, if any, civilizations, but the guide who is heading your caravan doesn't seem worried about this. Definitely seems to have an idea of where exactly you all are going. Eventually, after... go ahead.
I just go, oh, I wanted to talk to the driver of the caravan and be like, is it excuse me, I was wondering if we could take a stop at any time. My back is, it's just really putting a number in on me right now.
The caravan driver kind of turns around and goes, you want to stop in the middle of the desert? I mean, you can stop in the middle of the desert, dude, but like, is that going to help your back? I don't know. It's clearly a younger guy, not really very sympathetic to the plights of the elderly, it seems.
I will go on talking about some long-winded story of my past, about how when I was young, we could stop anywhere and do anything.
The driver interjects at some point. Goes, I'm not stopping you from stopping. We can take a break. It's just like, he kind of gestures his hand out towards the sand and more sand around. He's like, it's not like we got some spells on this cart, dude. It's cooler in here than it is out there. Like, does he help your back? Or like,
no.
Decompress your spine?
Carry on.
Okay, how are the rest of you? Any of you guys need a break for your spines? Do plasmoids have spines?
Oh,
I think kobolds have spines.
No, like Fishbloom is sitting over in the corner, like tinkering with something. So it looks up.
What? I'm not doing anything.
do you have a spine, kobold? Do you have a spine?
What spine?
We were just asked if we had spines. He's up. What? Excuse me?
What? No, I'm not doing anything.
No one's accusing you of stealing anything. Do you have a spine that is yours?
And again, like sort of like looks down at what he's doing, looks up, like looks around.
Yes?
Excellent.
Fascinating.
The driver, who has been hearing this from the front, just like leans actively back more into the cart and goes, if you blow up my cart, dude, I'm gonna be so pissed.
It's not gonna blow up. Not this time.
This time.
It better not.
Not gonna blow up. I'm not gonna blow anything. It's card. I'm getting no faith.
Wait, have you blown up?
There's like a vague scent of sulfur coming from whatever he's doing. Like,
Kobold, have you blown up a cart before?
Why? Who've been talking to?
Well, that is concerning.
It's extremely concerning.
Oh, are you all right?
And so Goopy sneezes so hard that it shakes the entire caravan and splits her in two.
Oh, great heavens!
And she goes, "Oh,
hey guys!
Yeah.
Oh man!"
Fist kind of wheels back with it.
That's cool.
Wow! Is that normal? Is that
what just happened?
The driver feels the shake and looks back and goes, "Did you blow something up, dude?"
Me.
Yep. Nope, we mitosis. I'm sorry. There's two of us here now.
wow?
Oh, I'm my own person now. Hello.
Incredible.
You guys in the audience didn't think I'd leave an ad up on the screen for the whole time, did you? I tricked you all.
I feel as if I've witnessed a fairly intimate moment just out in the public.
It might have been. Which one of us was just born? Were you born or was I just born?
I don't know. I'm pretty sure I existed the entire time. We were just talking about spines.
Yeah, same.
I don't have a spine, by the way.
Neither do I. I wish I had a spine.
Wonder if it's the spine that stops me from being able to do this.
Out from the side, like a little feather comes in, and Fizz is like trying to tickle. Doesn't know where the nose is on a plasmoid, but sort of trying to tickle the nose.
Wait, for which one of us?
On Josie, like the new one, as far as he's concerned.
Oh gosh!
Oh, I'm fine.
Okay.
Oh, come on!
Wow! And it just gets more and more curious.
At hearing all of the thumping and crashing and sneezing and various things going on. You feel the caravan and the cart start to speed up a little bit. The driver clearly wanting to get the obvious dangers to his livelihood out of his vehicle as fast as possible. And on the horizon, it's far out enough that it's going to take you a couple more minutes to get there, but you do start to see something. Everyone give me a perception check.
Oh gosh, where are my dice?
12 from me.
That is a 17 from me.
That is a loading on D&D Beyond because I forgot to print out a physical sheet for me. One moment, sorry.
That is a 2 for me.
Wow.
Understandable. You just got here.
Just taking in existence.
You still figure it out. Yeah.
That is a 4 for me.
Okay, yeah. So the plasmoids, of course plural now, are not really concerned with anything outside of the cart. Understandably, they have more pressing concerns, namely their fractured existence at this point. But Bernie, wanting to be out of this caravan to rest his aching back, you are the first to notice this thing off on the horizon. And while it is too far up to see exactly what it is, it does seem to be a set of structures, some sort of village or complex. Definitely not anything that you have heard of before. Any desert villages that you've heard of or any civilizations, they're more nomadic, but this seems more permanent, which is odd.
Oh my days! Now what is that, sir? Young man, where are you?
Is it
What is
Fizz
that,
you're looking for?
Yes,
Yeah,
you.
Fizz again, looks up from what he's doing, sort of muttering slightly annoying.
Why didn't it work the second time? That was fun. What?
Do you? Am I worried my vision is going in my old age? What is that out there? Do you see that?
Fizz kind of scampers up and looks. It's and important question: does whatever those things are made of, do they look flammable?
Give me a specific perception check for flammability. It is far out.
That's a 17.
Okay, yeah. This is something that you are experienced in telling. I'm gonna say, for the most part, no. This is a building's designed that's in a way that seems to be resistant to heat. A lot of brick and things, not really not wood as much. Though I guess I don't really know. Is that a pro or a con? Because on the one hand, less things to burn, but on the other hand, if you blow something up, not everything's gonna burn.
Yeah. To which Fizz
Houses look boring.
Look fascinating to me. Goops? How would you like to be referred to?
Oh, my name is Goopy.
I'm Goop. Oh. I guess I get my own name now.
Yeah, you do.
I'll call myself Kloppy.
Fantastic, Goopy and Gloppy. Well, we seem to be almost somewhere. So buckle up, I guess.
Do we have seatbelts?
After a few. Nah. This is no seatbelts. This is medieval fantasy times. Cart safety hasn't been invented yet. Maybe one of you can do that. After a couple more minutes of driving, you guys eventually arrive at this complex, which, as you can see, is actually even bigger than it looked on the horizon. It is the size of a small village. It's not gigantic, but it is clearly pretty large, especially for a place that is not really supposed to be here. The caravan driver pulls up alongside a few others. I would say there's maybe 3 in the caravan, with two other groups of spellcasters and scientists and things also arriving around the same time. And the driver turns back to you guys and are like, all right, we're here. So you guys are going to go into the main building there. He points towards a building sort of right off to the center. There's one large one in the center, and he points to one that's right next to it. He goes, they'll give you all your assignments and then take your information and stuff. Thank you, little dude, for not blowing up my cart. I feel like it was closer than I would have liked, but hey, it didn't happen, and that's what matters.
Again, Fist like,
No faith from anyone.
scampers out of the cart.
Yeah. Bernie takes a annoyingly long time to get out of the cart, but he eventually gets out, stretches his back. All right.
Goopy explicitly waits until the old man is out of the cart because it's polite, and then when she walks on more than just two legs. Like, she's wearing leather armor, right? But she's got leg glob tentacles coming out of the head and arms and leg spots, and her head is coming out of the middle torso part. So she sort of skitters like a spider if a spider were sticky on the way out.
Ooh, cool.
Very cool.
Very cool. Very, very symbiote. I like it.
Floppy follows after Goopy, and only because she realized that everyone else has gotten out of the car, but she's just kind of like taking in existence and like looking around. She is like feminine in form, but then doesn't have legs and just has kind of like a mass on the bottom that kind of resembles a skirt that she like glides around on, like a goopy mass. And then also like not necessarily defined body part, but just kind of like slimy nubbins.
I feel like the vibe of this party already is immediately and always going to be the kobold running around frantically, hyper as all hell, ahead of everybody else, who is, of course, a slow old man, and then two plasmoids too polite to go ahead of him.
Yeah.
You need to get him on a leash.
Yeah, we need one. Yeah, we need one of those like child leashes.
I will give it. Don't tempt me. I will give it to you. So, moving in this manner, I imagine you guys head towards this administrative building, presumably.
Yeah. When we're about when we're like a minute away from the cart, there's a sound, and then it goes, and a huge spray of like colored smoke erupts from the cart. Not doing any damage or anything, just. And Fizz kind of looks back.
Shit, I forgot about that.
You hear a voice kind of echoing over the buildings that are between you and the car. Goes, "I'm gonna find you, dude."
Well, we best be getting a move on.
Oh, take your time. Take your time. We can wait.
Come on, hurry up!
Busting out my cane. Who? It's hard to walk through all this sand.
So with Bernie walking at a healthy pace of a man 75% his age, you guys make it to the administrative building. Probably, you know what? I'm gonna last in line. Everyone else gets there before you actively because of Bernie. But you get into this building, and you see several people in sort of like leather armor, but leather armor that seems, fantasy lab coats. I'll just be out. They're fantasy sort of lab coat robe things running around. All of the new recruits are lining up in front of this desk, but with like a small area in front of it, like a staging area in a way. And you see people are talking to some sort of receptionist, and then they are getting up in this staging area, doing something magical. What exactly varies by person, seems to just be some sort of like showcase of abilities, filling out some paperwork, and moving on.
Interesting.
If you guys just go ahead and get in the line.
I think so.
Floppy's like standing in line, and then she's kind of just like standing there looking around. I'm bored, and she casts jump, which I can cast at will, and she's just kind of like bouncing in place. And, wee, wee, wee.
Wow.
Oh.
So full of joy.
Oh God, this is so embarrassing.
Great.
I'm so sorry. I don't know if she's usually like this or not. We just met, but I've always known her. Oh God.
Fizz is like watching her bounce up and down, like a cat that's watching a toy.
One should never feel anger at another one's joy, because eventually we'll all be sad and dying.
Or you could just split all your sadness off into another with a sneeze. Oh, that's me.
Aww.
Hold on. Could you say that? Could you say that one more time so I could write that down? Are you saying that all you feel is sadness since you're split?
Yes.
Wow.
Goopy, do you need a hug?
Sure.
Now, if you hug, will you become one again?
I don't know. Let's see. And then Poppy gives her a big hug.
Oh, jeez. Oh, no. Oh.
No, I think I'm still just
and then
me.
you fuse back into one. Josie, thanks for coming. We don't need you for the rest of the episode.
Okay, bye. See you next time.
I'll miss you, Josie.
That was a good bit.
And that was it.
No, they do not refuse. Wait, I do have it. Well, no, we'll get to that later. Anyway, the line progresses slowly. I actually, you know what? Seeing this, this before the line sort of progresses, one of the people who is kind of rushing around through this this administrative building, not actively seeming to participate in like the recruiting process, just kind of seems to have walked by to look at the new recruits, sees this blob hug going on, and you see him smile. It seems to be an elf, and he kind of looks out. Like he takes out a scroll that he has, looks it over, and kind of just looks up at you two with a confused but like happy enough expression on it, kind of an amused look on his face. He goes, excuse me, I thought there was only one plasmoid in the roster for this recruiting drive.
Yeah, you're right. There was.
Was I wrong? Am I wrong?
Now there's two.
Now there's two. Is that something you can? Is that something you can do?
Apparently it is. I didn't know. Did you?
I didn't know either, but here we are.
Wait, if I knew and you knew, if I knew and you didn't, wouldn't that mean that we both should know because we both were one? This is confusing.
Did our knowledge get split?
I don't know. I guess we'll have to find out.
Bernie vigorously taking notes. Wow! What does it mean?
The elf smiles and chuckles a little bit. He goes, well, I'm not sure exactly how this works, but if you're some sort of dual being, I suppose that'll actually work quite well with the whole vibe of what we're researching here, and duality, parallels, all that. Much of our research is involved. I'm Prophus, by the way, and he holds out a hand to shake, and then kind of like thinks about it for a second, and then holds out his other hand to the other plasmoid. So he holds out both hands at once.
Every tentacle I have grabs the hand proffered to me. There's no shaking. Just eye contact.
just hold. Okay.
Gloppy's both hands kind of like reach out and just like kind of like envelop their hand, and like just like it's like his hand is like inside of her arms.
He kind of like, he does sort of the shaking motion himself, like he just moves his arms up and down a little bit, still smiling, like he seems, not in a mocking way, like he seems very genuinely amused by this. He's a friendly guy. But as this interaction is going on, from the other side of the room, you see someone poke his head in and goes, Prophus! You can talk to the new recruits later. I need your advice on a project. At which point, Prophus kind of goes, sorry, duty calls. I'll meet you all later, I'm sure. And then rushes off to whoever that voice was. Whom, no idea.
No idea.
Who could that have possibly been?
Interesting. Cool. I guess.
Now, after a few more minutes of waiting, you see other spellcasters get up to the sort of recruitment area, do their paperwork, etc., and eventually it gets to your turn. Now, I am going to assume, since this was the order that was said getting out of the cart, that the order you guys were in line were Boom, Bernie, and then Goopy and Gloppy. So, Kishboom, you get up to the front counter. There is a spellcaster of some kind, you're not sure what, looking over, goes, yes, Kobold Wizard? Kobold Wizard, is that what we're looking at here?
Yeah, Fistbone like sort of like grabs hold of the edge of the counter, like heaves himself like,
Yeah, that's me.
He kind of like, the guy sort of backs away like an inch a little bit, scared by the surprise jump. He goes, all right, well, let's see, you filled out all your recruitment paperwork. It seems good. All we're going to need here from you is some sort of demonstration of magical power. Doesn't have to be big. And then kind of looks over your resume of sorts. Goes, in your case, Please don't make it too big. Just something to prove that you actually have magical capabilities and are not, some sort of imposter. We've had issues with that in the past. Just step over here. And gestures to the little cleared out area next to him for you to do something that proves your magical capabilities.
Yeah, like Fizz was sort of like,
Hey, little help. Could you stand over there?
like he'll point into the area.
The guy kind of goes like,
Yeah.
Suppose?
Just need an
And then
assistant.
just-
No problem.
and then very apprehensively walks over to the area.
Yeah, cool. Arms in. Don't look up. You don't mind your eyebrows, right? You'll be fine.
Boom! Fireball, directly at the guy, and because he's an evocation wizard, he can choose a number of creatures that will automatically succeed on their saves inside the area of effect, and also take no damage. So a huge fireball, like, but inside the fireball, a little sphere of total safety where this guy is, maybe likely getting his eyebrows singed.
So, everyone else in the room, their attention is immediately drawn by both the sound of a large explosion and also the sound of a grown man screaming like a little girl. However, that scream then kind of fades into confusion as the light from the burst fades and the guy is not harmed, mostly. Again, maybe a little bit of scorching, but generally fine. It'll wash off. So...
And Fizz is like,
I knew I could get that right.
with sort of a nervous nod, the man just goes, "All right, that'll do. I'm gonna take my break now," and then he rushes off for another person a minute later. It takes like 30 seconds to a minute for someone else to go and get the line moving again, but another woman comes up back to the counter and goes, "Okay, well, yes, that seems good. And this is probably a redundant question, but did you have any sort of department or specialty that you were hoping to be assigned to?"
Oh,
Mr.
pyrotechnics, artillery, or theater.
Pyrotechnics, okay, that
Theater.
sounds good.
Gotta slide theater in there.
The woman checks a couple boxes and sends you on your way, pointing you to a sort of think of it like an apartment building of sorts where the researchers live while they are on this campus. And then you are free to do whatever you want at this point, but we'll come back to you in a second. Next up in line, then, unless you have something that you actively want to say now.
No, he's just sort of like,
Oh, am I kind
like he's just sort of wondering out loud.
If it's theater, I haven't prepared any monologues.
Oh man, now I really want to make you do an intro. We'll get to that one later. Next up in line with the new person at the desk is Bernie.
Hello. Do I just go right in here?
Yeah, the gesturing to the area. Yes.
Okay, all right. This old dog still knows some tricks. Observe. And I will cast thaumaturgy to just make the ground shake just a little bit. It literally says harmless tremors.
Harmless tremors, all right.
And so the ground just wiggles just a little. Goes, do you feel it?
The woman kind of like looks down at the ground and goes, "Oh, yes, well, is there anything else other than minor tremors? I mean, that's good, but..."
Well, I could do an augury for you. I could speak to my god.
Oh, yeah, what is your god exactly? I don't think we have that down on the paperwork.
Oh boy, what is it indeed? In this world, who knows? Perhaps it's best if we don't do that. Instead, rather, and I say, forgive me, and I cast deafness on them.
You guys, okay. So, I mean, read me the exact description of that spell, mostly just so I know, like, duration.
Technically, it only lasts a minute, but it is technically a con save.
Okay, I will do the con save just for the sake of, well, And though they're expecting magic, I'll have her choose to fail. The room suddenly goes silent, at least from this woman's perspective. She kind of looks around and then sort of nods at you and thinks for a moment, like looking back at the line that is still there. Goes loudly, I think I'm also going to need to take a break. And then she walks off, continuing the pattern. Once again, there's another sort of 30 seconds to a minute. You hear some grumbles from the people behind your group in line now that there is a second delay caused by this batch of newcomers. And then a third person finally walks up behind the counter, finalizes Birdie's paperwork, gives you the same instructions to the apartments, passes along for... Goopy and/or Gloppy. I don't know if you guys want to go up as a unit or one at a time. I'll leave that to you.
What do you want to do? Do you want to go up together or should...
Well, I think we're two different people now, so I think we should probably take turns. Why don't you go first?
Okay, I'll go first then. Wait, that was too cheery. This character's sad. Okay, I'll go first then. Hey.
I wasn't expecting to have to come up with 3 voices for 3 different random, like, reception people. Dare I use my vampire pig voice again? No. Hello, you are, what was the original name of the character?
Gooplop.
Gooplop? Gooplop, Plasmoid. We only have one Plasmoid on the list, so I'm assuming that's...
I'm actually, I'm Goopy. I used to be Goopglop, but half of me is back there. That's Gloppy.
Okay, we'll get to that in a second. Just one thing at a time. Anyway, you know the drill. Just stand over here, do something magical. Please don't delay the line again. I was supposed to be doing something more interesting today.
Yeah, whatever. Okay. Sure. So she's going to walk over there. And she's going to go, I don't know, something easy, some tentacles. And she sort of, nothing happens. Just like...
The guy, again, this man who is the third in line and very not happy to be here, just kind of stares at you with the most deadpan expression. Goes,
we just mitosis a few minutes ago. I was a warlock. I might have jettisoned that half of me to Gloppy. Oh God. Does Mike?
I don't
Goddess
care what's going on with your sister's toes. Just do something magical, please.
But if my pact with my goddess is gone, does she still... Oh God. That's okay. I'm still a druid. I'm still a druid. And she casts primal savagery on herself and is covered in claws and teeth that mostly just kind of float.
This is horrifying. So the guy who is, again, not expecting much, has been very underwhelmed by this performance so far, just kind of stares at this thing, and then suddenly it just turns into this horror mass of pointy bits. At this point, he stares at it. Again, expression not changing for a solid 10 seconds before going, yeah, fuck this, I'm going on break, and leaves. Once again, continuing the pattern of every single person in this group delaying things even more. Another minute or so passes before... Oh, you know what? I'll do some story stuff with this. This actually works out nicely. A slightly older man comes out, wearing different clothing than the others. He seems to be a higher up of some sort. He's a human. He's got, white hair, white beard, very classic sort of wizard look. He steps out, sort of looks over the situation a little bit, sees the mass of pointy fangs and spikes and things, does not really seem phased by it, just kind of nods, goes, what voice did I do for this character? It's been like 8 months since I did this character. Screw it, this is years before, and he was augmented by magic the last time you saw him. Yes, this is this will be acceptable. I see you have proficiency in your shape-shifting abilities. Of course, we can assign you there or there. Sort of without really paying much attention to you, fills out the rest of the paperwork and hands it to you. Actually not directing you to the apartments, again, seeming more worried about the practical aspects of the research. And then turns to the next person in line, which is, of course, the second plasmoid. Upon seeing a second plasmoid, this new man takes out a scroll that was some sort of records of new recruits, possibly. Looks at him down and goes, I'm sorry, we don't have any other plasmoids listed on the record.
I'm with her. Actually, we used to be Goop Glop, but now we're Goopy and Gloppy, and I think that's just neat. I sneezed.
Yes, neat. Well, I suppose if there was some sort of bifurcation, do you have magical abilities as well, or were all of those contained within the original form?
I think so. And then she'll cast levitate and jump on herself, or jump and then levitate, and then she'll just kind of like jump and then like hop around in the air, floating, and just wee. How's this? Is this good enough?
He nods again, seeming to grow more curious about this. The kind of not blank, but like emotionless expression leaving his face for genuine curiosity. Though it's worth, actually, give me an insight check on this, or insight. I always get Pathfinder and D&D things mixed up since I'm playing both. Give me an insight check.
13.
13's enough. You can kind of tell that like his curiosity is definitely more like, this is a strange thing that has shown up in front of me. Not like curiosity as a person. It is curiosity as some sort of magical oddity, which not necessarily an immediate red flag, but it's not great. Kind of nods, mutters some things to himself. Fine, I suppose this will be an acceptable avenue of research. We don't have any more dormitories available. Are you fine with going with the other one?
I would love to.
He gestures towards Goopy, and at this point gives you guys directions to the apartment complex in which you are all going to be residing. Nice. Now, if any of you want to do anything, explore anything individually on the way there, now is your opportunity to do so. If not, we will go ahead and skip to all of you arriving at that place.
Can I just get like a more detailed description of like the building that we're staying in and like what it all kind of looks like, the vibes around here? Is it like a dormitory sort of vibe, or is it like an apartment?
So the buildings that you're staying in is it is like a sort of rounded open area surrounding a courtyard with individual rooms and like full apartments. They're not just single rooms. They're small apartments. It's like studio apartments. Basically.
Yeah.
All adjacent to each other, surrounding a courtyard. And we'll say it's like, there's a lot of people here. So maybe like, I'll say like 3 stories, because most people are coming as individuals. So it's not like there's families in these rooms in a lot of cases. So it's like 3 layers of individual, effectively studio apartments, all in like a sort of horseshoe shape around this small like garden courtyard area.
Very cool.
Anyone else have anything they want to do before we get there, or should we move on?
I think we're good.
All right, cool. Yeah. Now, it seems, as you arrive, that the apartments were assigned essentially just in order of whoever got there. You know, they were assigned as people went up to... There was one reserved for all of you, but they were not determined until you arrived. And given that you guys all arrived in consecutive order, you are all adjacent to each other. So you can see there are small little, like, tablets, whatever it is, scrolls, pieces of paper, outside each of the doors that are notably already there by the time you get there, maybe placed there magically somehow, that have each of your names and magical specialties on them, presumably so that like people can find experts in various fields if they want to consult and do cross-referencing for research and things like that, like a directory so that everyone's specialties are readily available. Notably, Goopy's is like written on nicely, like we'll say they are magical tablets. Their Goopies is engraved in the tablets, and as you are arriving, someone is there with like what would the medieval equivalent be, like a stick of charcoal or something, like frantically scratching Gloppy's info on the bottom of the tablet, just sort of writing it in basically with marker.
Great.
Again, if this is sort of a quick thing, but if any of you would like to do any interactions with each other and want to set anything up with your room, explore, you are free to do so now. Otherwise, we can go ahead and skip to the sort of new hire assembly sort of scene.
Yeah, I mean, Boom's main thing is like he'll scamper into his room. There'll be like a scratching noise from inside, and then immediately like a little trickle of smoke coming out from the door.
When Bernard gets to his room, I imagine he has some kind of. I imagine we have like suitcase or something because we're going to be living here.
Yeah.
And mine is just full of documents and notes. I start like pinning up on the walls, drawing string between the two because I'm here to study realms and the existence of other realms, and I think potentially even the existence of multiple gods and all this stuff. I've been mulling over this for a while, and so I've basically grabbed up my office from home, and I'm making sure everything is in its right place here.
Excellent. Now there are, let's say, for the sake of just like flavor and stuff, there are basically like very small labs in each of your apartments. Nothing crazy. There are obviously facilities elsewhere where there are going to be more elaborate things. But like for the purposes of if you have any like basic spell ingredients, not that I'm making you track those, just for note, those are all in your room.
Right.
Everything that you would need for this job is there, and along with any personal belongings that you've brought, except for, I guess, maybe Gloppy, who probably doesn't have things.
I have a question about that. You said that it said which department we were assigned to and our specializations on the doors. Yes. What does everyone in the group say? Like, were we assigned something by the organization?
I'm also going to say, I did forget to ask everybody else because I was so distracted by the continuing everyone goes on break bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, Skyen's character, Kishboom, is, pyrotechnics, explosives, things like that. If you guys want to give just a quick rundown of what your specialties are, please do so now because, again, that was not intentional. I just forgot. So that's essentially what you told the receptionist.
Right. I would have told pretty much exactly what I just said, that I've been, ever since I retired as a cleric many years ago, I've been fascinated with the realms. I'm here to find out more about them. And that's about it.
And Goopy seems to have ended up with just a lot of skills and abilities towards changing her own form and changing the forms of other things, maybe like alchemy.
Okay. And then what did Gloppy put down, if anything? You don't necessarily have to.
Gloppy put down, I don't know who I am yet.
on the tablet outside, it just says, scratched out with charcoal, Gloppy, Plasmoid, TBD.
TBD, yeah. : identity crisis.
Special case. Anyway. With your room set up, everything in there, specialties all, set up for anyone who would like to consult. That is the end of the first day, essentially. It took a while to get to this place off in the desert, so you guys sleep through the night. Again, if you have anything specific you would like to do, you may, just tell me. But if not, we will go to the next morning. On the next morning, you all simultaneously get a knock on your doors. And since it happens at the same time, whether you open the door or not, I'll just describe what is out there for each of you.
Yeah.
Your reactions to it can be subjective. What is out there, you see these little glowing orbs. Just nothing really impressive about them, just these little nondescript kind of balls all floating out there that then provide you with directions to a sort of like new hire orientation session, time, where exactly it's going to be, etc., etc. Again, your individual reactions to that are your own to decide.
Yeah, Kish is like,
I'm not doing anything. I'm not. Oh. Okay.
Interesting. It seems we have our day planned for us.
It's just orbs, and then they tell us where to go?
Yeah, I guess I should say, once the message is done, like, they fly off. They seem to be some sort of drones or messengers, in some sense.
Would we have seen anything like this before?
That's a good question. Make me an Arcana check.
Okay, Arcana is like what I'm here for. Well, I got 18.
18 is pretty good. So, you have heard of messaging spells before, obviously. There are plenty of these things around. This is not something that you have directly seen. If anything, I would describe it, and since you got an Arcana check of 18, I'll go ahead and say it sort of functions. Maybe there is a spell like this. I don't know. But I'm imagining it functioning kind of like a combination of message and scrying, which is where scrying creates that like invisible sensor. It's just visible and it can be spoken through. So there's one voice kind of talking through all of these little like sensors at once, using them like, little messenger drones, basically. So it's not like the most insane, crazy magic you've ever seen. Like, you can make logical leaps as to how this is being made, especially with the 18 Arcana check. But have you seen this specifically before? No.
I also want to say that I would have had this spell prepared and then prepared different ones for different times. It takes 24 hours to cast. I don't know how much time we had. But at some point when we're here, I would have liked to cast Hollow on my room, which basically lasts until it's dispelled, and I can do a specific effect for the area that I select, and I would like it to be courage, so I can't be frightened while I'm in my room.
Okay, just for the sake of flavor, I'll allow that.
Sweet, thanks.
So you cast. You are now very brave when you are safe at home.
Perfect, thank
like
you.
Myself.
Thank you for that. I needed that. Whenever I travel, I need that spell ready.
All right, so if you guys are all ready, then you can head on to the sort of orientation session.
Yeah, I'm ready. Yep.
All of you guys head out. A couple minutes later, there's a little bit of time before the messengers and that. You see some other scientists and researchers walking in the same direction as you guys. Some of them do kind of give you guys dirty looks, seemingly recognizing you as the ones who continually held up the line yesterday. Which I'm so, that was, for audience, that wasn't planned or scripted at all, that was the vibe of the group going in. That was a good old organic thing that happened. But you follow this larger group towards the main building, the not the administrative building, but the main bigger one right next to it, which is sort of a meeting hall, temple, just a larger, more open room, not actively full of magical research things. Some sort of gathering hall that also, would function as a temple if needed for any cleric, god-based magical purposes. Up at the front of the room, you see 3 people. There is the older, white-haired wizard standing at the main part of the podium. To his, I forget if it's left or right, symbolically. I think left is chaos, what I've said before. So to his, I guess actually his right, so standing on the left of the podium, there is the elf that the Plasmoids interacted with a moment ago. He actually notices you two coming in and gives you a little wave. And then to the wizard's left, on the right of the stage, is another wizard. He is wearing a cloak, but the hood is not up at the moment. It is sort of down around his neck. His arms are crossed. He does not seem particularly happy to be here, notably, and for the audience, though I don't think this will be surprising. His arms are uncovered and look normal and human. Nothing has happened to this man yet. If anything will happen to him, who knows? Who knows who this guy is?
Yeah. Question about their outfits. How clean are they?
That's a good question, actually. Do you want to get specific details, or are you just going for a general vibe? Basically,
just a general vibe of
you don't need to present.
Is anyone super pristine and recently laundered, or does someone look a little grubby, like they've been getting their hands dirty?
So yeah, again, good question. The wizard in front, immaculate. Not a speck of dirt on him, not a scorch mark or anything. It seems like the vibe. He possibly has some sort of spells in place, to keep this appearance up at all times. The elf does look a little bit more scattered, but think of it as in, like, scattered in, like, an artist way, sort of where, you know how, like, the stereotypical artist, like, kind of got paint splatters on stuff and in a sort of cool-looking way. A more magical version of that, like various magical marks and things on his uniform. It's also worth noting, and I mentioned this because this was a canon thing in the main series, the elf is incredibly hot. Like, just very, 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 very attractive. And the sort of scattered kind of artistic vibe, I think, really only adds to that. As for the other one, the grumpier looking one, he looks put together, but not in the sense of, how do I phrase this? While the wizard in front looks very like, this is how I'm supposed to present myself, I need to look clean and professional at all times, the other one just looks like a guy who, like, yeah, it's practical for me to clean up after myself, like, it's safer, I don't want to... The main wizard looks like he is being clean for presentation, while the grumpier one, Callisto, looks like he is clean for practical purposes, if that makes sense.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Good.
The people continue filing into the room. It takes a couple minutes for everyone to get here. Again, you guys can have any interactions if you want, or people will start talking. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Kish will sort of, like, nudge Gloopy and wherever, like, he thinks ribs might potentially be. Like,
Hey, figure out who you are yet?
I think who I am is sad.
I hear that. Wow.
Yes.
And I think who I am is not sad.
To Gloppy instead. Yeah, it's like, oh my god. It's like,
In fact, I feel very happy. And she's just gonna like float, levitating slightly off the ground, just like a jellyfish.
And I feel pointy, and she just gets pointy again.
Like slightly pointy or scary pointy?
Scary pointy. Like you would not want to sit down next to her.
A small circle clears in the crowd around the mess of spikes that has suddenly popped up in the center. That's actually noticed by the people on stage. The main wizard kind of shoots you a glare, but at that you see the elf kind of stifle a chuckle, which then earns him a glare from both of the others.
if Goopy allows it, Kishmoon will sort of try to climb the spikes,
Oh, yeah, absolutely. She's going to pretend to be so upset about it.
Now I can see.
But today's a new day. Always potential for something great to happen. Excited to hear our prerogative from these fine gentlemen up here.
And with that, that's a good transition into the speech itself. So, after a couple more minutes, everybody files in. The circle around Goopy does not close, at least not until the spikes go away. But people do sort of get a little bit closer, forced in as more and more arrive. But eventually, the main wizard speaks. Good morning. My name is Aldor. I am the head of the Symmetris Brotherhood, our new organization which will be conducting forays into magical research on alternate dimensions, parallel realms, symmetry, and cosmology. Of course, these are all things that you have heard. I am glad that you have all decided to join our initiative. You have all been chosen for your impressive contributions to magical advancements in your various fields, and in some cases, due to unique oddities that we believe will be helpful in our line of work. He does look directly at Goopy and Gloppy when he says that part. His speech continues. It's fairly dull. It is, very pompous, grandstanding. I should note, since I'm not going to do the exact descriptor, it does not sound necessarily like a megalomaniacal villain speech. It is the speech very much of a pompous, essentially like science-y spellcaster who is talking about how the organization he spearheads is going to, lead development in the new age. Blah, blah, blah. It's exactly what you would expect from that sort of thing. The most notable thing is that he does introduce his second-in-commands, who are, well, not really second-in-command, but the sort of heads of various departments, I guess I should say, who are Prophis, the elf, and Callisto, the human wizard. After his speech is done, he passes things over to I guess Prophis will go first. He passes things over to Prophis, who takes the stage. Immediately, the vibe of the whole thing changes. Prophis carries none of the pompous, grandstanding nature that Aldor does. He's much more genuine, much more friendly, if slightly unprofessional. There's maybe a little bit of that, it's not like he's better all around. They have their pros and cons. He gets up, introduces himself, and is like, "Oh, hello, everybody. My name is Prophis. I am the head of one of our parallel divisions here. I'm so glad to see so many new faces joining us. Always wonderful to meet so many young spellcasters who are all so excited about the things that we're doing." He continues going on to basically give you guys like a layout of the campus, where the labs are, various facilities and things like that. He goes, "Now, as of today, we are going to assign you your various projects and things. You've all been giving your assignments. You've given us your specialties, things that may be useful to you. We might also, in certain cases, be dividing you up into teams based on your usage. We'll see, of course. It's all subject to change. This is a work in progress, pioneering new forms of spellcasting. Well, magic is more of an art than a science." This gets him a glare from Aldor, but he does not let himself be deterred by that. As he continues on with turning a bit more into philosophy than just a thing, talking about how the nature of magic is more chaotic than it is orderly in many cases. Aldor clearly does not like what he's saying necessarily, but they are fairly on equal footing when it comes to leadership, so they do not have he doesn't have anything to say about it, but it's clear that these two have opposing ideologies. When Prophis finishes his speech, he kind of gives a dramatic but clearly kind of comedic bow. He goes, "Thank you so much for listening to me ramble on. I'll be visiting your various workstations and things over the next couple days. I'm curious to see what you're all working on. And finally, let me introduce Callisto here." Points over to the wizard, who nods. "He's going to give you a few more rules and regulations, and then we'll get you all working on your projects." He then passes things over to Callisto. Callisto takes the stage, and once again brings a very different vibe to everyone else. He is more blunt. He is more to the point. You guys know Callisto. Everyone in the audience knows this guy. He's a very recurring NPC.
As a note,
Yes,
Kishboom sitting on Goopy's head, on sort of in amongst the spikes, has been casting minor illusions on the spikes and planting little flames on the tips of them, like little torches.
Nice.
Just sort of idly fidgeting, not being disruptive.
Okay.
Just that's a thing that's happening in the crowd.
Upon noticing this, I think Goopy does form the closest thing you've seen her do to a smile.
Friendship.
Nice. Friendship.
Friendship formed. Friendship unlocked.
Friendship. Woo.
As this is happening, Callisto starts to speak, getting directly to the point. He goes, "Hello, my name is Callisto. I am going to be your overseer in a lot of ways. I'm in charge of making sure things don't go catastrophically wrong here, which they absolutely never do," he says unconvincingly. "We're going to go over some of the rules and regulations. I'll keep this quick. First rule, don't destroy things unless absolutely necessary. If you do destroy things, please fix them. You're all capable spellcasters. I know you can fix them. If you can't fix them, find someone who can. If you absolutely need to, ask me, but please try to handle things yourself before coming to me. I cannot deal with shattered workstations and broken walls and various things phased into other planes of existence. There's too many things, and I'm a very busy man. Second rule, please do not use spells by force on your other researchers. We have had too many polymorph incidents." He actively shoots a glare at someone who's standing in the back. A couple other researchers have filed in to see the new recruits. Actually, you know what? This is Callisto. He doesn't just shoot a glare. He points at the dude. He actively points out the guy. He's like, "Polymorph incidents, and I'm not going to stand for another one. I swear to the gods." But he continues on, going through a couple more rules, essentially things that you would expect, all the basic boilerplate for this kind of stuff. But then he does get into something that's a little bit more interesting. And he goes, "Now, one thing that you might have been wondering about is why exactly we took this location out in the middle of the desert for this complex. It's fairly remote, and I'm aware that it annoys everybody. But we've chosen it because we think there are some magical energies here. It's very central to the continent, and that has some magical properties that we're still trying to work out. Point is, there has been a repeated phenomenon of magical effects sort of bisecting themselves, splitting into two parallel realities in a sense. If you notice anything like this, if you notice magical effects duplicating unnaturally or anything like that, please do report it. Report it to Prophis or Aldor or me, anyone. But this is the thing that we're trying to research. If you are able to do this, good. Let me be clear. We're not reprimanding you for this. This is what we're going for, but just let it be known. And with that, go. Get to work. We're not paying you for nothing. And then he just waves you all out.
Wow. This is great.
And yeah, ending the speech, and he just leaves. Actually, Aldor takes the stage and says like a couple closing remarks after Callisto leaves. But then with that, you guys are free to go as you want. You can explore the campus if you like. You can all head to your workstations, which are again sort of assigned by apartments, so they're all in proximity to each other. At your workstations, there are some sort of assignments that you have been given, but you don't have to immediately go do that now. Once again, kind of leaving this up to you guys so that you can do what you want, or you can head up.
Did he say specifically that he's researching things duplicating or splitting into two things?
Yes, he did. I liked that you guys brought that character idea because it very much does fit thematically with all of this. So,
so should we talk to somebody?
Ruby,
Yeah.
we did that. We split into two things.
Yeah, we did.
Wild.
It is. Do you think we could split again?
I don't know. Should we go try? No, that sounds painful. Actually, this is kind of nice.
It didn't hurt last time.
Didn't it?
Hey, do you two want to help us try to...
Writing notes.
Okay.
Once again, from atop Goopy's head, like a little feather comes down, like sort of going towards the nose.
Nothing.
So our workstations are separate from our apartment.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're, with the understanding that a lot of magical craziness is going to be happening, and you might not necessarily want to do that while you're sleeping.
That's
fair.
fair.
No, they're on the other side of the complex. They are far away from where they would prove any danger.
And I assume at our workstations is probably where we will find the things they want us to be working on.
Yeah, presumably any assignments that you have will be there.
Well, it's best we save it for at our workstations, do the proper things in the proper areas. That one fella seemed pretty particular about where magic would be cast.
Oh, right, that's a good idea. We should probably pay attention to the rules. I agree.
Rules are very important, even if they are shattered and your reality is shifting. Let's go to the
Rules are meant to be broken, but whatever.
Sometimes
Again, from atop
I
Goopy's
like
head.
rules.
I mean, I could definitely split you into several pieces.
Oh, wow.
Go on. Well, what are you thinking?
Can they live through this process?
I mean,
Sort of a look of consideration. It's like,
only one way to find out.
Well,
I'm
do that away
convinced.
from me.
just turns into a slime ASMR video as Kishboom rips the plasmoids apart trying to split them again. Anyway.
Yeah, I'm ready to just go to the workshop, I think.
So
Let's see what's up.
you guys head to the workshops, which is a set of larger buildings that are all kind of sort of like warehouse. They're divided into little areas. Actually, I should flavor this more interestingly. So you enter the building. Or one of the workshop buildings. There's a couple of them, but you enter one that you are assigned to. And you see, immediately looking into it, nothing. You see it is empty at first, but then almost instantly, very quickly, you notice that there are divots in the floor. There's walkways that are going around these pits. And you can see various sort of sparks and hear sounds emanating from these pits. And it seems like these are where individual sets of workstations are located. They are sort of underground in little mini bunkers to prevent magical experiments from interfering with each other. Right. So again, large empty warehouse, but then you can hear stuff kind of coming from underground. there are little signs and things that are labeled as to which section is divided into, which section belongs to everybody above ground, so that you can see exactly where. And you can all see the section that you are in, sort of on the back end of the building, farther out. If anyone wants to Arcana check and see if they can check anything going on, you can. Or
I would love to. I would love
absolutely.
to.
Give me those Arcana checks.
That's a 16 from me.
Gosh, I have such good Arcana, but I'm rolling so low. So 17.
18 last time?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, if that's low roll.
I got a 4 on the die.
Okay.
17 though.
18.
I will roll 2.
Okay. And I'll give you
Arcana and history and nature are like the only things I know about.
since you all got pretty good rolls, except for Gloppy, I'm sorry. I'll give you all information that is sort of relative.
I got an
to what I think
18.
your character. Huh? No.
Oh, sorry,
for
Gloppy.
For me.
Gloppy.
We're two different people now, remember, Goopy?
Oh, right.
So I guess we'll start with... Well, no, you all got comparatively good rolls. So we'll start with Kishboom. Who I assume is going to be looking for the most dynamic thing in this lab, obviously. Whatever is the most explosive.
Whatever is throwing off sparks, whatever is lighting up, anything like that.
Yeah. So Kishboom looks around for anything sparking and anything that's loud. And you rush over to kind of look over into this pit, which, let's say there's like a little kind of glass sort of dome-like shield around all of them, so you can look over without being immediately sparked in the face. You see presumably an artificer from the things that he is carrying, holding this large tube with some sort of mechanical looking parts on it, hooked up to a tank, basically, not like a liquid tank, not a vehicle tank, and he is pointing it at what looks like a training dummy, essentially, and firing a constant stream of what looks at first to be fire, but as you look at it closer, it is more multicolored than fire is. It's still predominantly red, but there are different shades kind of flickering in there. And it is obviously just messing this thing up. But you said you got 17 or 18, either one is fine. You can see the things that this is doing to the dummy. It is burning it, but notably the edges of the burn are twisting and sort of shifting in a way that they usually would not from fire, speaking as someone who is pretty used to things being set on fire.
Interesting. No, yeah, immediately sort of skitters over.
Hey! Oh my god, that's cool. What's that?
The artificer flicks his, he turns the thing off, flicks his hood up and he looks up at you and goes, "Oh, I'm not really sure, if I'm being honest. I've been working with some of the stuff that we found underground here, and I just sort of... Well, I put some weird rocks in a tank full of basically fuel, and I just am sort of firing it out of this thing, and it's doing some really weird shit."
Yeah, Kishboom immediately enthusiastic about this, immediately starts talking wizard shop, and is actually very smart in all matters that come to combustion and destruction. Okay,
so this conversation goes on for a bit, speaking on what exactly is happening. We'll go through anything that you learn here in a minute, but we'll do that all at once. Let's go ahead and do Bernie next. Now, I'll give you got a good Arcana check as well, so I will give you a choice. Do you want to go for the thing that is giving you the most godly, holy energy, or do you want to go for something that is giving you alternate planes, alternate realities vibes?
Here's something I should probably explain about Bernard Collins. Something I never really understood about just D&D worlds in general is that, including in Vontrol, is that canonically multiple gods just exist with physical proof. People can tap into whatever and they're all true. And he is a cleric who kind of let that fact fuck with him, because he followed a god his whole life, and then someone was like, there's multiple gods and they all exist and you can draw power from any of them. He was like, what? Oh my God. What have I been doing my whole life? So he is a cleric right now, but holy stuff doesn't really make him feel good. He doesn't really know what he believes in anymore, especially, which is why he's gone into like the realms stuff and is just diverting it. So I'm definitely focusing on the realms.
Gotcha. And I was adding a little like lore drop for people in chat who have forgotten this because this was like early season 2, I think. Vontrell, even at this time in the past, Vontrell has a lot of gods and stories of gods, which, though they don't know it at the time in this world, is because over the centuries, people would find the thrones, ascend into godhood temporarily, and usually die or vanish before they ascended to like incredible levels of power, like we saw from Callum and other Polnaris, things like that. So like gods are a thing, and they're mostly just because people keep sort of accidentally stumbling upon this magic. So that Nathan is the explanation for like how there are physical gods here. Is people just keep stumbling upon these superpowered artifacts.
Like, could you imagine?
But of course, Bernard does not know that.
In real life, if every god in real life, like, yeah, we have physical proof, and I can cast magic. What?
Yo, yeah. It would be crazy. It would be crazy. Someone in chat said this is like anti-specs, which that's funny.
I know, yeah.
But anyway, you are looking for realm things, right?
Yeah.
So you are able to sort of sense some arcane energies that you kind of recognize as possibly some sort of dimensional phasing, teleportation, something like that, from one of these sort of pods in the ground. And you peek over the edge to find let's see, I didn't really do like species for these. Let's say, because I don't use this species enough and I think it's fun, a Thrikreen, the bug people.
Nice.
A Thrikreen, who is actually, I guess, well, no, we'll say this is before the other bug people show up, because more terms don't really make sense in this situation. Regardless, it'll be a Thrikreen. You see Thrikreen kind of behind a little like safety shield, looking at what seems to be just a hole floating in space. It is just a sort of two-dimensional white circle. Doesn't really have like its physics as best you can tell. There's no like magical aura emanating from it. It's like literally just imagine a perfectly 2D white circle in space. The Thrikreen behind this safety shield rummages around in a box of stuff and takes out a toy, which I'm just going to go ahead and describe as essentially like I guess like probably wooden painted fantasy Rubik's Cube, basically, that is scrambled up, pokes out from behind the shield, tosses it into the circle, at which point it hits and vanishes. And then you see the Thrikreen kind of like ticking down some like a counter of time, basically. And after a couple seconds, the cube pops back out, solved, and shuffled into the correct colors.
Oh, very clever. Wow. Order. Very nice.
I'm really proud of it because that was totally off the top of my head too. That
was nice. I see what you did there. Am I able to like enter his area and like? Creens speak different language, don't they?
Yes, but there are lots of different species here, so there may be some sort of translation thing. You're not sure.
I was gonna say I can just cast like tongues on myself, so I can walk up and he'll hear it in his native language or whatever.
That would also work. You can call down from up top, or you can just kind of go in.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have to roleplay it out, but I'd love to go down. I'll cast tongues on myself so I hear what he says in my language, he hears it in mine and his, and just talk about what he's doing. Like, do we know about the realms that like order, chaos? How much do we know?
Very little, because that is what this group is pioneering right now. Yes. That is what this group is here for.
Can I make any kind of history check or something of what I know from my own studies of the last few years?
Sure.
God damn.
That a good goddamn?
That's a good goddamn. That is a 30.
A 30. Okay. So again, we won't do, since I don't want to do a bug voice, we will not. I can't burn out my vocal cords this soon into the episode. we will not roleplay it out, but I'll go ahead and give you the little spiel of what happens. If you just go in, the first thing that happens is the bug like immediately starts yelling at you for just barging into the middle of the experiment without asking. Which, I mean, given that you're just a very, very old man, makes some level of sense.
Yeah.
But the Thracrine's anger is quickly subsided when it realizes you very clearly know what you are talking about.
Yeah.
And much like your kobold friend, you get into a conversation about how exactly this works. With your 30 history check assisting you, you are aware of certain spellcasting effects, often from clerics who are claiming to worship some sort of god of like healing or light or things that would generally be associated with like good. Seeing some sort of visions of this, like their holy visions are planes of this very like bright monochromatic landscapes, which I will say this will be your bonus for getting a 30. While all reports that you have seen of this line up descriptively, people seem to have very mixed reactions to it, despite all seeing the same thing. Some people find it very comforting, find this very rigid, stable environment nice and calming, where some people find it like cold and distant and scary. But despite the differing opinions, once again, they're all describing the same thing. It's just that people seem to react to it very differently.
And I think, as a cleric myself, I think I used to be the type that regarded it with warmth and kindness, and now it's kind of just cold and uncomfortable, unknown. And happy to exchange notes with this bug guy.
Yes, and again, we'll sort of go over what you guys glean from this interaction once you're all grouped back up. Now, Goopy, you also got a good Arcana check. So I'll go ahead and ask you though, what is Goopy looking for? Because I had a good idea with these two, but with Goopy kind of actively going through a little bit of a magical identity crisis, what are you trying to find here?
I think after learning that this place is studying almost exactly what just happened to her, she sort of is looking for anybody who's doing that kind of research. She wants to figure out where that's happening and where to get in on that.
Awesome. Do you just want to take Gloppy along with you, and we'll do you two at the same time?
Cool. Yeah. Okay, cool. Sort of grabs Gloppy. Come along.
Okay.
Let's see. How exactly would you guys find? You could find. Okay. As you two sort of wander the little like scaffolding that's up above these recessed areas, you notice in one of them there is some strange experiments going on with seem to be elementals of some kind. You see there is a fire elemental in a little like sort of glass tank kind of thing, hooked up to all sorts of various both machinery and like magic, hex tech. Since Sky's here, I feel like I should make at least one League reference. Hex tech kind of vibes, where there's magical runes and arcane things on it, but it also looks mechanical in nature. Notably, it is central to two other tanks. There's a fire elemental in one tank, and then two on the others. And there is a orc woman, big orc woman, overseeing this experiment, as the orc kind of pokes and prods and inscribes some runes on this machine. It glows very brightly, like so brightly that you have to look away for a moment. And when the glowing is finished, the fire elemental in the central tank is gone, but the other two are now filled. The one on the left, the flames are... It's kind of hard to make out the form of the elemental now, as it's like flickering around very, very, very frantically, chaotically, sparking like wild. Whereas the other one in the right tank is almost unmoving, like a candle in a still room, like maybe a very slight kind of waver, but that is it. Notably, as you watch this, after a moment or two, there is a loud sort of popping sound, and the more frantic elemental dissipates, Whereas the more stable one, you see the flames just kind of weaken until it fizzles out completely, leaving all 3 tanks empty, at which point the woman kind of sighs and starts marking down things on a scroll disappointedly.
I think as she's doing that, Goopy is just going to go, is that going to happen to us? To the woman.
Oh, to the woman.
Yeah.
Sorry, so at hearing somebody behind, I assume you're up on like the thing, not in the actual chamber.
Yeah.
The woman looks up, though not as far up because she's like notably taller than everybody else here. She was, sorry, did you? What voice do I have? I don't know. I have too many NPCs. I don't have voices for all these. I'm not a voice actor. I'm sorry. Did you? No, that's too deep. Screw it. I'll just wing it as we go. I'm sorry. Did you say us? I'm looking up. There's 2 of you. Are you?
We used to.
And without really saying anything, the woman just kind of points at you, and then Gloppy, and then the empty tanks, and then you, and then Gloppy again, and just trying to figure out the similarities between what's happening here.
Gloppy, do you want to explain? I feel like you can do this faster than I can.
Sure. Well, we used to be Goop Glop, and now we're Goopy and Gloppy. Is that about covered?
The orc nods, clearly not understanding, but nodding to try and look like she does anyway. Then you see, without really like looking away from you two, kind of just like reaches back to her desk, feels around for some sort of like a crystal mounted to some like mechanical parts in an almost gun-like shape, and quickly points it up at you. But then a small light emits from it, seems to be some sort of scanner, not actually a weapon. And she sort of scans some crystals on the back of it, then change colors, indicating some sort of readout, which she looks at, very confused, and then back up at you two and goes, how did you do this exactly? How did you split like that?
We sneezed.
Is that on purpose? Because I've been working on this kind of tech for months.
It was an accident. We sneezed.
It was a really big sneeze, though.
Like a very powerful sneeze. I felt it.
Sneeze.
I don't have toes, but like I felt it in my toes, you know?
Once again, the orc nods in very clear and obvious fake understanding. I've got to wrap up my experiment recording, but what are your names? I would love to compare notes on this sometime.
I'm Goopy.
Bobby.
The orc writes that down, does not give you her name. I was stunned, clearly, by like watching her experiment fail and then like turning around to see essentially what is a successful version of her experiment, like right behind her, just like, hey, what's up? She kind of nods again slowly and then starts frantically writing stuff down. At this point, we'll say all of you, having finished your little research investigations, congregate at your pod. Cool. Or your sort of like network of pod. You all have your own. Well, 3 of you have your own. We'll say you're at like a corner. So there's, Goopy and Gloppy's, Kishboom's, and then Birdie's.
Now, is
adjacent to each
other. Is everything about this underground, or are we like above ground with holes in the thing?
You are walking around at ground level, looking into recessed areas.
Right, okay, got it.
And it's not just like pits dug into the ground, obviously. It looks more professional, but like this is how they're separating the magical energies from each other with thicker barriers.
Cool.
Yeah.
And obviously, like the barriers between them are enough that you can walk on them. It's like scaffolding bridges.
Yeah.
So it's a good few feet between each one.
Yeah.
Cool.
Back with Kishboom and the Artificer, they are no closer to understanding what they're doing, like what the thing is doing, but they have managed to sort of refine the process so that now it's like a concentrated, just sheer white beam that comes out of the thing, and as they swing it around, it kind of goes vroom, 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 vroom.
Oh, that's cool. Try it on that thing.
Cuts through it all.
Did you make a lightsaber?
Yep.
That's actually great. I don't know if you did that exact description on purpose or if it was just for the lightsaber bit, but make me an Arcana check.
Absolutely.
Yes.
12.
12. Because I like the creativity, I'm going to give this to you anyway. And this is sort of set up for something else. but you don't realize this yet, but as you guys are sort of comparing what you saw, which I assume will happen, if this does not happen, ignore this. It is worth noting that with that extra context, you will be able to figure out, it seems like you two were able to sort of switch the polarity of whatever you found from that sort of weird rainbow, whatever it is, to the more cold, white, sterile energy. You were able to flip it so that it's more linear, and that was exactly how that process worked.
Nice.
So that'll actually matter later. Anyway, continue. You have all congregated. Feel free to share your findings.
Anybody working on anything cool?
Well, I was talking with this fine bug gentleman about realms, and he has this portal to a white dimension that if you throw things in, they come out pristine. It's really quite fascinating. I've seen it in my dreams. And it was really cool to see in person, to see someone actually study it. I'll probably be returning to that fine fella.
You guys throw anything alive in there yet?
Oh, golly. Not yet, but...
I love that that's the response. You throw anything alive there? Oh.
Yeah.
Not yet. Perhaps someday.
Cool.
What about you?
Oh,
Cut so many things in half.
That sounds great for you, Kishboom.
do you have the lightsaber thing with you right now?
No, the artificer will probably be swinging that around.
Yeah, you do not have it with you, but if for whatever reason you would like to go back and see if you can borrow it, you are free to do that. It is available to you.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, he'll scamper over and bring it over like very irresponsibly, just kind of waving it around.
What kind of energy?
There's
is that?
a box of crystals for various magical focusing purposes next to you that you just slash open, causing crystals to spill all over the floor like Legos.
Yeah.
What kind of energy is that?
Like, oh, cool! Like the scorching pattern on this thing is interesting. It kind of melts its way through.
Just rambling on about the properties of this thing.
Worth noting, Bernie, you recognize this thing as having a similar energy towards the portal that you saw, but while the portal was, taking things into that dimension, this is clearly extracting energy and pulling it out of it in some way. If you have any reaction to it. If not, that's information. But someone in chat said, I love that lightsabers are canon now. Yeah, now that I have to deal with that. Thanks, Scott.
Yeah, we made that canon in the past, too. So now
perfect.
I got to come up with a reason why people don't use lightsabers on the regular.
I don't know. I feel like Kishboom is providing a good example of why you'd want to let people have lightsabers on the regular.
It's not going to be hard.
is the reason.
Carving through the floor like,
oh, it's a completely uniform melting pattern.
Wow.
As you guys are comparing notes, talking about the things that you've seen, after a couple minutes of this, you hear a brief but polite kind of from up above and look up to see Prophis kind of waving down at you all. And he goes, hello, do you mind if I come down there? I have some questions for you all, specifically the plasmoids.
Oh,
Sure.
yeah.
So he kind of climbs down the little set of stairs into the pit. Actually, out of curiosity, this doesn't really matter. Any is valid. It's just for my use of what would be around in the area. Whose workstation are you congregating in? And you can pick any. It's just for my use of
Probably whatever the corner one is.
yeah.
So whatever the one is, which I feel like is probably mine, if we're going in the order that we arrived.
Okay, yeah, sure, whatever. Again, it doesn't really matter. It's just for the purposes of that. So, with that, then the stuff around is things that have been useful to any sort of dimensional exploration that they have found so far. Not that that's immediately recognizable. I think really the only person who have any idea of being able to recognize that stuff immediately is Bernie. You can tell because this is the stuff that you're experienced with. But for the rest of you, it's clearly magical. You're not sure exactly as to what. Prophis comes down, kind of claps his hand and goes, so, well, we, of course, had welcomed you to the Order when you were, Gloopy Glop, forgive me, I don't remember the exact name, but regardless, we're very happy to have you here in this split form. Has this ever happened to you before? Are you a split yourself, one of you, whoever was first? Is that offensive? Regardless, you understand my question.
I don't think I've ever heard of this happening to a plasmoid before.
Me neither.
Continue.
Do you know if you were first or if I was first?
I'm not really sure. Do you remember what's the last thing you remember before we were two different people?
Well, Bernie needed to take a break, and we were talking about spines, and then I had a tickle in my nose, and then the next thing I know is I was right here.
Oh, that's so interesting. I remember the driver asking about spines, and Kish Boom didn't have one, and I remember sneezing, but I don't remember the tickle in my nose. I think we were at the same time.
I have a valid question. Plasmoids don't have noses necessarily, do they? I mean, you can kind of flavor it how you want. Do you have facial features?
No.
No, we don't. not that this person can see, at least.
Yeah, okay. So Provis kind of goes, okay, he's sort of writing this down. He goes, tickle in your nose. And then you, while he doesn't say this, let's say Bernie and Kasboom, who are off to the sides of him and can see the paper that he's writing on, he writes nose, and then in parentheses after that a question mark as he keeps going. He goes, well, yes, that aside, see, as I'm sure you might have seen, we've been working on some experiments with some strange energies that we found underground in this area. We would love, if you don't mind, to take you there. This is not something we usually do with new recruits, so you would, of course, be it's exclusive. We're not going to have you spread this around. If you could keep it a little bit on the down low, but we'd love to investigate, see if you have any sort of magical resonance with the artifacts or anything of that nature. He then kind of pauses and looks at you two on the sides and goes, I got excited. I didn't really process that you two were here when I said that secret thing. If you would like to come...
Yes!
You're welcome to, and if you could, please just pretend that you were invited intentionally if Callisto asks you.
Yeah.
Like, can do.
Oh, yeah, sure, I'll come. Drops the lightsaber.
Drops the lightsaber straight down.
Yeah, which begins to, melt through the floor.
Hey, do you think we could absorb that energy with absorb energy? Let's put a pin on that and do that later, Kishboom. Let's try that out. Swing it at me and I'll see if I can absorb it.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
Oh, that seems really dangerous and a little chaotic.
Prophos quickly reaches down, grabs the lightsaber, and then switches it off. He goes, ugh. Not really sure I'm a fan of this thing. No offense. It's an impressive piece of work. It's just a little dangerous. And then, he starts to reach to hand it back to you, and then, halfway through kind of, considers that and goes through with it anyway, but you see the hesitation in his eyes of giving this thing back to the kobold.
Yeah, and Kish takes it.
Oh, no, yeah, it's just a simple focusing crystal. You put the arcane energy and,
Rattles off a couple of equations, turns it on, spins it around twice, sort of effortlessly, turns it off.
Pretty cool.
And then throws it over his shoulder to the artificer.
You just chunk it across the room and hope it lands in the. Mm-hmm. All right, valid. So, important question. You turned it off before you chunked it, right? I'm gonna.
Yeah. You turned it off this time.
Yeah. Okay, good. On that note, then, Prophet goes, okay, well, excellent. If you're ready now, like I said, it's very short notice, but we're very intrigued by this possibility. So if you would like to, if you have a project that you're working on, we can postpone, but we're ready whenever you are.
I think I'm good to go.
We haven't even got started, just had a talk with some of the other scientists around.
Prophet nods happily and then heads back up the stairs to the upper floor and gestures for you all to follow him and head out.
Yeah.
Cool.
Heading out of the lab, you see Callisto waiting there outside. presumably waiting for you. Prophet kind of flags and goes, "Oh, Callisto, I got the plasmoids as we determined. These two are with the plasmoid. They arrived here and may have some interesting insight on the topic." After he says that, he kind of like shoots you to Bernie and Kishboom, like quick look, like knowing look, and a very subtle thumbs up, like just go with it.
They witnessed us when we split, so if it happens again, they'll know what it looks like.
I've been taking vigorous notes on everything.
Upon hearing like positive confirmation that you did witness the split and took notes, like you see Prophet, you hear like a very brief sigh of like, "Oh, thank God!" Like it actually happened.
I love that I actually did do that, and it's actually helpful.
Yeah. So Callisto goes, "Fine, whatever. Just as long as they don't, this is secretive stuff. Professor, I keep telling you not to bring other people into this work, but whatever. Anyway, we should get going." And then they start heading off, presumably for you two to follow them. And you hear them like arguing just slightly, not like super seriously, but like you do get the actually sense mode of this.
Oh, you mean insight?
I'm sorry. I alternate between playing this and Starfinder. I alternate between playing this and Starfinder, and that's the one where I always mix it up. Insight, please.
I was like, what the hell? Sorry. Did he just cast a spell in real life?
No, sorry.
15.
6.
12 for me.
I got a dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
1-5.
Okay. So I think the only for the comedic factor, the only person who notices this is Bernie. Not that this is going to be news to like the viewers, but Bernie, as an old man who's seen your fair share of young couples, this is definitely like a sort of a kind of not a super serious, but like definitely an argument between partners that you're witnessing in the front here.
Are they a couple?
Noting that they are definitely an item.
Well, I think I had 2 of them.
I think Bernie does smile at this, like, young love. If you don't argue, love each other.
Also, you know what? I'll make the audience freak out. Since you got a dirty 20, that's pretty good. You do notice that while it's still very, very, very gruff, Callisto's demeanor is like a little bit nicer around.
How
he's
sweet.
less of a dick.
Oh, he's a big
Callisto,
softy.
Yeah, less of a dick is the best that you're probably gonna get, especially when there are other people actively around. But interestingly, they lead you not to one of the other labs, not to one of the more dedicated like specialty research buildings, but back to the building where you had the little assembly, which is now empty. And they take you into a back room there. And where there you can see a large set of stairs going downwards. Now, notably, this, as opposed to some of the other things in the complex, this looks more natural. The stairs are clearly carved in. It's not like a natural set of stairs, but they are carved into what seems to be a natural cave. And it is lit. As you head down, you can kind of see what's down there. For the sake of continuity, before people start yelling at me in chat, there is like a small back hallway that leads to a hatch in the main room. That hatch still exists from the last episode. I did not forget it. Don't worry about it, chat. No one yell at me. I know my continuity. But you guys start heading downwards, and as you do, Callisto starts speaking and kind of telling you the information about what has been found down here. This is why we chose to have this complex so far out in this godforsaken desert. See, there's something about the central focus of this place. It's unique. There's nowhere else on the rest of the continent that has these sorts of energies. I mean, we've always noticed that there's some strangeness outside in the far reaches of the planet, continent, whatever. I don't know if I've ever called Ventra a planet before because it's flat, but whatever, it doesn't really matter. We've noticed some magical energies out at the far reaches, but never anything like this. So, what we've done here He says as the room kind of opens out after you go down, and he gestures his hand and goes, "We've set up this." And you can see there is a large natural cavern. Very, very big. Not all the way up to the surface, but a big one. A big sort of open chamber. There are several scientists, spellcasters, etc. rushing around checking things. And then like big sort of obelisk-like pylons full of magical runes all throughout the chamber. Notably, on either side of this cavern, you're entering sort of in the middle. On either side, there are these two auras, in a sense. They are not just like flat, they're not portals or anything like that, but as you look off to the side, there are these two obelisks on one of the far walls, and between them is this large, not two-dimensional, kind of three-dimensional shifting orb-like field of strange colors. And on the other side is a faint, almost like hologram-looking, mostly translucent, but very stable, solid white orb, also being maintained between two obelisks. Callisto does not explain further and just kind of keeps walking, hoping that you follow. Prophets at the moment has peeled off, seemingly to check the progress of whatever experiments are going on here. Maybe we'll rejoin you later. But he just kind of keeps walking. So any checks you want to do on the situation, now's your opportunity to do so. You don't have to.
I would love to do an Arcana check to figure out what the heck I'm looking at.
Yes, go for it.
Yeah, I would love to do... I don't even know what.
I'll go into... You each can do, like, one check, and different checks might give you different information.
I kind of want to do either nature or religion.
Got an 8 on my Arcana check. I'm going to assume I've got no idea what's happening.
I'm going to take a swing in the dark and do a nature check on this.
A nature check, okay.
23.
23.
18 on an Arcana.
Okay, good. So we did get an Arcana.
I'm going to do a religion check, which is a dirty 20.
Ooh.
Dirty 20. Okay, so
man, we know what we're doing.
Good Arcana, good religion, good nature. I'm going to start with Arcana because that is the easiest one. Obviously, seeing as Kishboom is one of the only ones of your group that has directly interacted with sort of both energy fields that Symmetris is working on, you can immediately recognize these as maybe not necessarily sources of energy, but definitely large fields of each respective one, with the shifting colors being the one that the artificer was working on first, and then the solid white orb being the more stable energy that you refined into the lightsaber later. It is notable, you don't get any sense of where these things necessarily came from. Again, it does not seem like it is a source of energy. It does not seem that there's a lot of energy emanating from it. But with your knowledge of Arcana, it also doesn't really seem like something that was generated. The origins of these things are very confusing to what you can find. Moving on then to the religion check. Let's see, what exactly would that definitely provides information, but how do I phrase it? The religion check provides, I would say actually maybe a little bit more information as to possibly what the origins of these things are, because you can tell Gloppy that these things radiate a sort of similar vibe to what would have heretofore been described as like holy energy. They seem kind of godlike in a sense, but not gods. They are the power of gods without the presence of a god itself, which is a very ominous line, but probably the best way that I could describe it.
That sounds about right.
As for Bernie, with a nature check. Now, a nature check is one of the more niche checks that you can get, so you're not going to get as much information.
Right, yeah.
You'll get some more specialized stuff.
That's what I want.
Looking around at the magical energies that are in this room and in the desert around you, you know from your work with history and alternate realms, and then apparently some experience with nature, that generally the presence of heavy magical energies will alter a landscape, right? You throw a lot of magic into a landscape, it's going to change it. You are not seeing that here. And what was your score?
It was a 23.
Okay. So you're not seeing that here. You're not seeing that alteration. But with the 23, that gives you a lot more. Which is, of course, that the energy... It does not seem like it's somehow not altering the landscape. It seems like maybe it already has. And this has just been there for so long that the alteration is normal. In fact, maybe this alteration is why there's a giant desert in the middle of... Like, it could be... It is notable that this sort of strange thing is in the center of a big desert that's just in the middle of everything.
Yeah. Very cool. Okay.
Callisto sort of takes you to the center of this area and then looks at Goopy and looks at Gloppy, goes, well, anything? Just
Are we reacting in any way? Like, do we feel anything?
not in a notable way that you can tell.
Ben. I should... No, nothing. No.
Callisto kind of huffs, goes, of course, I didn't think so. It's probably just some sort of cellular division that caused you to split. Nothing notable. At this point, Prophis returns and goes, oh, come on, Callisto. It could be something. I mean, they just got here. These sorts of energies can take a bit of time to permeate. I mean, do you think we should? Do we want... He then turns to you and goes, you can say no to this if you want.
You want us to touch it?
I was gonna say that. Do you want to touch one?
I want to touch it
He
so
smiles,
badly.
of course, at this, and then Callisto goes, "No. Why would we have them touch? You say the energies need time to permeate, and then you want to make them touch them. Why would you do that?"
What's the main energy
wanna
of the
touch
thing
it.
right now?
I would love to watch them touch it.
Is it chaotic energy right now, or is it going orderly energy right now?
Oh, there's two. There's one on either side, one for each.
So is the orderly one, I'm guessing, is white, and the chaotic one is the rainbow one?
Yeah, I based my visuals off like visible light, where it's that actually is
That's
like
so
the
cool.
lore. If anyone wants the lore reason, it's because it throws off visible light energy, and when it's ordered, all of the light is in perfect balance, so it seems visible. But when it's chaotic, the visible light fluctuations are altering, which makes it appear to have shifting colors. So there's actually like a physics explanation for why
There you go.
why the visible energy looks like that.
Yeah, Goopy's going for the white one,
sort of-
just
yeah.
tentacles out.
This one will chime in as like,
Well, if you want them to split, surely you need the like the chaos energy. That's like because that's the nature of entropy.
Prophis points and goes, see, nature of entropy. That sounds good. That sounds right.
Floppy is like totally clueless. She's just like, ooh, rainbows. I'm just gonna start like drifting towards it, like floating.
Okay, so are you? Which ones are you going towards? If you're going towards the same one, that's fine. Just for my knowledge.
I'm going towards the white one.
Okay, so
The rainbows.
You are going towards different ones. Interesting. All right, so let's see. As you start walking towards this, all of the researchers that are working on various things stop and look. Some of them move to stop you, but then, like, with a hand wave from Callisto, they stop. You do see several of them, like, start frantically casting various, like, protection and barrier spells.
Oh, yeah,
Not
me
sure
too.
exactly
Me
what's
too.
going to happen. Yeah.
For sure.
And then Goopy reaches out to touch the white orb. Gloppy reaches out to touch the chaotic shifting orb. And when you do, both of you. Actually, let's do this from the perspective of the other people first. They touch them, they're gone.
Great.
Just no, like, actually, no, there's like a slight, like, they sort of touch it and then, like, get dragged towards it, kind of like a black hole, like the sort of spaghettification. Boop, gone.
This hole was made for me.
Wow.
There's a moment of awkward silence from everybody, and then Prophis just goes, shit.
Was that supposed to happen? So when did they come back? I tossed a cube into a portal earlier and it came back.
Prophis snaps his fingers and puts it goes, cube? How long did the cube take? What was the cube? Was the cube alive? Did we do anything with alive? Callisto, by the way, has not said anything, but you can see he's like starting to cast spells. He's obviously immediately trying to fix this.
Yeah.
A very exasperated look on his face.
Oh my gosh. Well, no, the cube wasn't alive. It was just mixed up, and then we threw it in the white portal, and it came out unmixed. I think I spit off everything that the bug guy told me that we talked about. Shooting it with Prophet.
Kishboom chimes in with like, well, like we focused our energy through these crystals, and like sort of how they converted it from chaos to order energy in the lightsaber.
Okay. Prophet kind of go, oh well, no, Prophet saw it. Callisto kind of looks over and goes, what's a lightsaber? But at this point, he continues kind of doing various spell casting. At this point, we'll go over... I'm just going to flip a coin to see who we describe first. I get to do some really funky stuff here, and I'm excited about it. I get to actually do some cool... This has mostly been like background for lore people know, but I get to change that now. Let's see. Evens, Goopy, odds, Gloppy. We are doing Gloppy first. So, Gloppy, you go into the Chaos Portal. So, you touch this thing, and all of a sudden, your vision just goes crazy with colors and sort of warping and distorting forms, and with a loud sort of popping sound, you find yourself floating in a very sort of weird space, hard to describe, but it looks much like the orb that you were in. There's sort of just shifting colors everywhere. It's hard to piece out the orb, but the orb still exists. It is, you can kind of see the outline of it because the colors are like shifting differently, so there's like a little bit of contrast in the edges. But otherwise, you're just in this like weird floating space.
Okay. Do I feel any different, or...?
You personally do not feel different, but you can tell that this place is very different, just magic. Give me an Arcana check, actually.
12.
12 is enough to get the baseline here. So you can tell that this is a very, very, very different place, sort of magically and cosmologically, than the place where you just were. Like, this is, you are clearly and obviously somewhere else. And then I was actually going to have you make a perception check with this, but this place is so kind of empty looking that it's not really necessary. Off a little bit in the distance, you do notice that there seems to be something, like maybe an island kind of floating there. It's not huge, but it is there.
Okay. Yeah, just gonna like jellyfish float on over to this island.
You jellyfish float on over to this island. And interestingly, what you see there is again, an island, but an island where something is definitely like not right. The forms of the plants that are there and the rocks and things that are there are just shifting. They're like wiggly almost, and their forms are not exactly correct. Notably, though, there is a tree on this island, and on this tree there is a cocoon.
Okay. Just kind of gently float down and kind of like take a second to kind of like look around and like touch the plants and like smell some flowers, and then kind of like no longer levitating, just kind of like glide along over to this cocoon, just reach out a tendril, like just poke it and boop.
So you poke it. Nothing happens immediately, but briefly after that, the cocoon like wiggles a little bit.
Ooh. Boop.
You mimic the wiggle, and once again, the thing kind of wiggles back.
Gonna start like beatboxing and then kind of doing like a dance with it, like poop poop ta poop poop pa boop.
After a few more back and forth sort of mimic rounds of this, the cocoon stops wiggling, but then after a brief second, pops open to reveal a strange butterfly-like creature, which kind of just looks at you and sort of tilts its head a little bit and goes, "Hello."
Hello. What's your name?
The thing kind of like pops out, shakes its wings off a little bit, and then just sort of looks around. I don't know. I can't do a Bella voice, but oh well, you guys know what it's doing.
Well, can I give you a name?
The thing kind of nods a little bit.
Well, to me, you look like a butterfly, so why don't we call you, Flitter?
The thing nods and kind of goes, okay.
Okay.
And then, looks around, confused, goes, Where are we?
I don't know. I was hoping you would tell me.
Then it goes, I don't know. I've never been here before.
Oh, Well, I think that means, well, I saw a rainbow circle orb and I touched it and then I was here. And then I saw you.
It kind of...
Where were you before this?
Kind of nods, goes, I don't know. I remember I was hungry.
Ooh. Actually, I'm hungry too. I don't remember the last time I ate. I really like eating.
The butterfly kind of nods happily. And he goes, do you want to go find some food?
Yeah, sure. Where can we go here?
Butterfly looks around, shrugs, I don't know. And then notably kind of looks up and points up, goes, food's usually up there.
Okay, gonna look up at where the butterfly is pointing. How's this butterfly pointing, by the way?
It's got little hands. It's got little, like, weird hands. And this thing, it points up with its, like, little weird nub hands. And then kind of goes, food's not there, though. Maybe it's up there if we go far enough. And then without really waiting for confirmation, the butterfly just kind of hops up, flaps away, seemingly waiting for you to follow, but, like, does not look back.
Okay, gonna jellyfish on up, following the butterfly. Flitter, following Flitter.
Make me a survival check.
Uh-oh.
Gotta love it.
Ooh, dirty 22.
22, okay. So, interestingly, you are actually able to follow this thing surprisingly effectively, despite weird sort of shifting in this dimension. You don't get lost, though you kind of feel like maybe you should. You can definitely sense that like things are changing around you, even in this weird blank space. But you're able to track it, weirdly. Now at this point, with you following this strange butterfly thing, and then we'll jump actually over to Goopy in the other realm.
No.
It's going to be really funny when Momo realizes that we did some backstory of Momo's character when Momo wasn't here. Also, if anybody asks, I will clear this with Momo, but currently what I'm thinking is it's been well established that memories kind of get mixed up in the Chaos Realm. And I think the name, I'm going to say this one thing. This is Momo's character, so I'm not going to canonize this officially. Momo, I'm not going to make character decisions for Momo. She can greenlight this or change it or not. But currently, my guess is that the name Bellow came from two of the first words Bellow heard being butterfly and hello, which got combined in the mixed up memory to make the word Bellow. I believe that is until and unless Momo changes it, that is the canon origin of the name Bellow. As for what exactly that means, that's going to be revealed later. But regardless, now we're going to hop on over to the other realm. Now, Goopy, when you show up here, you do not see a blank, empty void. You see this is not something that you would have a frame of reference for, but we're going to describe it in, a way. I'm describing it to the player so that you can visualize, knowing that the character doesn't have a frame of reference. You see what is essentially a city. Large, kind of chrome buildings, all very white, very bright, with sort of some green highlights. Anything lit is a bright green. Nobody seems to actively be there, though. But again, you have no frame of reference for this, so it's very strange.
Okay. I think, if there's nothing else around me, the city's better than emptiness. So I guess I start heading towards the city? Or am I already in the city?
You're already, you popped out in like the middle of it.
Oh. What is the most important looking building around?
There is, given you don't have a lot of frame of reference for what architecture is, I'm just going to assume, and correct me if I'm wrong, that I think tallest and most important would correlate pretty well.
Yes.
So, yeah, you start heading towards the tallest building.
Okay.
Make me a perception check as you do.
I will absolutely do that. What is my perception again? Okay. Huh. 17 plus 8 is 25?
25 is very good. 25 is actually enough. As you go, you get the distinct sense that something is watching you. You can't see what, but there is definitely something observing your progress.
I think if something was watching Goopy, she would just start talking to it. So she just, oh, hey, I guess I'm not alone. Don't really know what's going on here, but I'm just kind of moving towards the biggest building I can find. So that's me. How about you? Do you want to say hi?
You do not get any response, but you do still have that feeling that something is watching you. It does not go away. Entering the closest building, or not the tallest building, you see, once again, something that you don't really have frame of reference for. I mean, it looks like what you would expect the lobby of a skyscraper to look like. There is, for what, actually, make me a, I guess it would be like an insight check.
Oh, my insight is so good.
I'll explain why insight.
Is that 9 plus 8 is 17?
17 is enough. There's an elevator, and while you don't know exactly what this is, with the like arrows of up and down over the door, you're able to figure out that if you want to go up, that's probably the way to do it.
Cool. Yeah, I think I'm going to go into that then.
You go into the elevator. You see many floors of buttons.
The most important person is going to be on the top. That's how these things go, right?
Yes, that would make sense. So you push the top button, and then there's going to be a waiting period of sorts as the elevator has to get up to the top. And actually, during that waiting period, we're going to go back to Vontrell, to main reality.
I do have a real quick question about the waiting period
before
we do that. Do I still feel like I'm being watched in this enclosed box elevator?
In the enclosed box, I'm going to say yes.
Cool. She is talking to whatever thing is watching her the entire time. Just monologuing.
That would make sense. All right, so we're going to go back to main reality at this point. It's been a few minutes since the two plasmoids just kind of vanished into different spaces. I need both the players who are here to make me an Arcana check.
All right.
That's a dirty 20.
Oh my gosh. 16.
16. We'll give it to Kishboom first. Bernie will notice it a bit later. But, Kishboom, you are very familiar with magical experiments becoming unstable and going wrong.
Yeah.
And you can start to get the sense of, like, an increase in energy being radiated from these things after a couple minutes. Everyone is running around trying to figure out what exactly happened. And while they're preoccupied with that, you get the sense, like, something in these things is definitely building.
Yeah. He'll have conjured, like, a chromatic orb, like, not have thrown it, but conjured a chromatic orb, and sort of been spinning it around like the chaos orb, sort of trying to match its vibe and energy. Like, basically trying to see if he can, like, get it synchronized with the chaos orb and, like, see inside.
Okay, interesting idea. So you're trying to, like, look through it and see, like, sort of crystal ball it?
Yeah, exactly. Like, he's basically trying to just sync it up with like the portal thing, so it has like the same energy.
Clever. You're gonna have to do an Arcana check for that, but I like the idea. So give me the Arcana check to see if you can synchronize that.
That's a 26.
26. Yeah, you are definitely able to do that. That was a good idea. I actually didn't think of that as a possibility, but I like it. So good for you. you are able to, as this thing is going, sort of synchronize, and you see, well, it's kind of hard to really... How do I describe this? Because what you're seeing inside there is also just kind of like nebulous chaos energy with maybe...
Yeah, it's like a kaleidoscope, right?
But inside there, in sort of this like kaleidoscope inside a shifting kaleidoscope, you do see like a little jellyfish in form of Gloppy just kind of whoop, whoop, sort of like hovering in the center of that. And it is worth noting that like your thing locks on the Gloppy immediately. You didn't have to manually do that. That happens.
Yeah, at which point, like, he doesn't say anything to anyone. He just kind of goes, because he's just very pleased that this worked.
Hearing the laugh, Callisto turns around, sees this thing that you've done. What on earth? How the hell did you do that? What did you do?
Yeah, and
Is
again,
that inside?
And again, like with like the casual confidence that's completely opposite to his energy, he just sort of rattles off like a series of like complicated magical equations. Like, well, it's just like, yeah, you know, and then he can see inside.
Callisto, for his part, actually seems to understand what you're saying. Being a very accomplished wizard himself, you're using some of the same magical terminology and stuff. He quickly kind of drags Prophis over from where he was looking at some other stuff, shows the orb, and they start, again, kind of arguing about how exactly to move forward with this new piece of information that is fairly helpful to a possible thing. He then kind of Prophis kind of looks over and goes, okay, so if this was made with some sort of chromatic orb, was it? Does anyone have any spells by chance that would be equivalent, but in a sort of opposite way? Cleric, do you... Any spells that could provide some sort of ordered energy, maybe? If not, that's fine. Again, this was an idea I wasn't expecting, so we're winging
anything that does radiant damage, I guess, would have like
maybe. Give me your pitches, and we'll see if because
order energy. Let me take a look at this here. Let's see what I got. I think the best. So I could do something that does radiant, or I do have command, which I feel like is very orderly. Like, do what I tell you to do, and nothing else. So I go, well, I mean, the best I got is a simple command spell and a first level enchantment. Feels fairly orderly. I could tell someone to flee or halt, and they will do it.
The spellcasters both kind of nod, thinking for a second. Callisto snaps his fingers, and you see one of those little like messenger orbs pop up in front of you. He goes, this is one of Aldor's. He's going to be incredibly pissed off that we're using it for experiments, but can you use the command spell on this? I know that's a strange thing, but if you use it, I might be able to focus the energies in a similar way to what the kobold did.
Sure. Yeah. Is he saying to use it on the orb or on the thing the kobold made?
On the orb. On the orb, and then he'll kind of refine the energy and hopefully make another sort of sensor.
Yeah. I sort of wave my cane and go, drop! Telling it to drop whatever it's holding.
The orb, of course, is not holding anything, but the spell, that's not the point of the spell. The point is to just get the energy flowing in, not necessarily have a command. So, you do this. You see Callisto begin to sort of focus the energies as best he can, kind of replicating what Kishboom told him that he did to get the chromatic orb to align with the sphere, but kind of in reverse, in the sort of, opposite and parallel way to get the order energy to align. This seems to work. And you get the sort of scrying sensor of Goopy in a metal box. A strange metal box.
Can they hear me?
Small. There's some weird little lights.
Some really boring music playing.
Yeah, sure. We'll say they can hear, just for fun. Actually, because I don't like... Yeah, okay, they can hear.
Yep. So she sure is monologuing. But what is the nature of being alone, truly? I mean, I don't feel alone now because I feel like I'm being watched, but was I ever truly alone? I thought I was, but now that I am two people, then maybe I was never alone. I certainly miss her now that she's not here.
Goopy!
The sensor does not seem to work in that direction. So, Goopy, you are not able to hear any audio coming through, but we will zoom back into your perspective here as the elevator eventually reaches the top floor.
That's why I think none of us. Oh, we're here.
The doors slide open. The doors slide open to reveal a large room. And in the center of this room is... Actually, maybe a perception check, because this thing is kind of weird looking. So let's see what you can parse from it.
All right. That's a 12.
A 12? Okay, so you're going to get some... This will be fun, because then we get more audience theories going. I'll give you one big hint. So, you see something that, once again, as it happens in this dimension, especially in this time frame, your character has no frame of reference for, which means the perception kind of makes some level of sense, right? Mm-hmm. You see a large white structure, but not like a building, not embedded into the walls. It seems like it's moving on its own, as if it's some sort of being. I'm gonna go ahead to the player and use the word sort of robot-ish. Again, not exactly that, but 12 perception, I'm gonna be very, very vague. It turns towards you, this very large thing. Maybe an Arcana check, actually, as it does that.
Okay. Arcana is... that is a 7 plus 1, an 8.
An 8. That actually works out fine. It has an energy inside of it, radiating from it, that you have never seen before. This is not something that you have felt. It is also a distinctly different energy to the rest of the realm around. You're not sure how it was doing it, but the one thing that you've sort of sensed this energy from before is that this is definitely the thing that was watching you.
Ooh.
And as this large mechanical hulking thing turns towards you, you see what seems like an eye. But the eye is definitely not organic. If anything, it is like a singular thing in the center of its head. And it is a ring with what I can kind of describe as like spokes or points coming off of it, with another sort of dot in the center.
Okay.
And this thing turns towards you, and you hear this like humming, strange sound. Not even really a sound that you can necessarily sense. It's just a feeling of some sort of communication. But then as this glowing sort of wheel with spokes stares at you for a second, you feel something else. A distinctly different energy once again. At this point, we're going to cut back to the main reality, where Callisto and several other spellcasters are frantically working to use these connections in the sensors that have been made to pull you two back from the corresponding realms. And
actually, on that subject, quick question. How close is Gloppy in the perspective of the orb I'm holding up?
I was maybe like 10, 15 feet. I don't know. I just think like sort of like a crystal ball. What you imagine like looking at a being through a crystal ball is, it's probably fairly something like that.
Okay. Because then, just experiment. It's completely cool if this doesn't do anything. Fizzboom's going to try and cast Mage Hand through the sensor. And basically poke Gloppy on the shoulder.
Because I'm intrigued, and intrigued DMs usually lead to shenanigans. Sure, that works.
Yeah. And again, like Kishimo's like, just poking Gloppy on the shoulder. It's an invisible floating hand that's doing it, so I imagine Gloppy will be a bit confused.
Yes. Yeah, you feel a tapping on your shoulder from seemingly nowhere.
Oh, hello.
Like,
Flitter, was that you?
and again, like I don't know if sound travels through, but you might have heard like the cackling giggle of Fishboo, realizing that this thing worked.
Yeah. We'll say with the mage hand, you hear like a little something, not a lot, but.
Okay. Oh my God, Flitter, did you hear that? I think someone else is here.
The butterfly turns around, confused, looking to see who else it is, and we'll say at that point, the tethers connect, the full tethers connect, yanking you back out of the realms. So, Gloppy, you just sort of get pulled out of, like tethered kind of back to the orb, I guess, because you're just sort of in space. So you get tethered back to the orb and pulled out. Now, Goopy, you are not necessarily near. There are things between you and the orb. So you feel it kind of dragging this tether, which is somehow attached to you still, dragging you backwards, kind of into Actually, did you step out of the elevator? That's kind of important.
I did, yeah.
Okay.
Is that bad?
No.
Okay.
That's actually much better, I think, in this case. Seeing this tether, this strange, large, hulking beast kind of takes a few steps towards you, again, looking at you with this strange sort of spoked eye, and raises a hand out to you. Maybe another perception check here, actually.
Okay. Can I also roll insight just to see if I can tell if it's being hostile to me or not hostile?
Sure, give me both.
Okay.
Both checks.
So perception is a 5 plus 8 is 13. That's not great. And the insight is a 17 plus 8, which is great.
Okay.
25.
17 plus 8 is definitely not a bad roll. So it does not seem to be necessarily hostile to you. It's the motivations of this being are inscrutable from what you can tell, but they are not hostile. You do actually get actually, you know what? With the combination of the perception and the insight, I will give you this. You see, sort of flickering through this thing's body, you get a sense of some level of communication. Again, not through words, but through visuals. Like this thing is somehow moving its body in a way to communicate with you rather than speaking. And though you are not familiar with this type of conversation, you figure it out enough to where the point you can see it does not seem hostile. It also doesn't necessarily seem confused. It seems like this is something that it was, in a way, expecting. Maybe because it was watching you beforehand. Maybe not. And you know what? I'll actually give you a little bit of a thing, because I think this is going to make the audience go nuts. As you kind of inspect this thing's hand stretching out towards you, while it is definitely some sort of strange material that you are not familiar with, if anything, the material that you're looking at seems to be some very strange, futuristic, altered version of wood. And at that point,
cool.
The tether connects to you, yanks you backwards, pulling and squeezing your liquidy form through a slightly open window and snapping you back towards the portal.
Ah!
At which point, both of the plasmoids come snapping back through these respective orbs, landing back in the material plane.
They've returned.
That was a lot.
In the chaos realm, like Kishboom, like with the mage hand, has been scratching into the dirt. Kishboom was here.
Oh, that's actually notable. We'll say you're doing that as the thing gets pulled backwards, but it does not. Once Gloppy gets pulled out, your connection cuts.
Yeah, so it's like half of it, like Kishboom. What?
Yeah.
Like, no, come on.
That's so funny.
Prophis breathes a sigh of relief at seeing the plasmoids show up. And as this happens, well, actually, we'll do that in a second. So Prophis kind of goes, well, that was... Sometimes magic is more of an art than a science, he repeats. Everyone okay? You're not dead, I don't think.
No, I'm more or less fine.
I'm more than fine. I made a friend.
Oh, I met somebody in mine too. I don't know if we were.
You made a friend. There are beings in there?
Yeah, a butterfly.
And some kind of construct.
A butterfly and a construct. Callisto and the other researchers who are around all seem kind of equally confused, but then over the heads of some of the researchers, you hear a very frustrated, "What on earth is going on down here?" As the crowd parts to reveal Aldor sort of marching through, displeased with what's happening. Aldor does not seem to care about any of you at all, and immediately just starts... he starts yelling at Prophis specifically, at which point Callisto kind of jumps into Prophis's defense, starting a whole big argument between the three of them. Which, I mean, if you want to listen in, you can, but it's a long and winded... This is just going to continue for a bit, essentially. That said, with the Arcana check that you made earlier, Kishboom, that growing energy has not stopped since the plasmoids got pulled through.
Cool. Fistboom is still Kishboom is now trying to cast color spray at the chaos orb, again to match the sort of he's just still experimenting, messing with it.
So Kishboom is not letting anybody know of this. Is anyone else doing anything, or are you just?
I mean, if anyone looks at him, it's pretty obvious that he's not saying anything. He's just like, "This is cool."
Yes. Is anyone doing anything at the moment, or are you just watching? Which, again, either's fine. We just got to know what's going on in the background.
I'm probably just listening in. Yeah.
I'm gonna glide on over to Goopy and just be like, "So you saw someone there too? What was yours like?"
They were huge and made of some kind of magic wood, and they had one red eye thing.
One eye. I didn't specifically say it was red. I don't actually think I gave a color, but yeah, it's like a circular eye, a smaller circle in the center, and then basically spokes on it.
Okay, not red. Had one big eye. I think it was trying to talk to me, but it was talking by moving, some sort of wiggle communication.
Oh, weird.
Communication.
I met a butterfly.
That, like a small butterfly?
Well, yeah. It was a big for a butterfly, but small for a person.
Oh, okay.
It was really nice. It was really hungry. Kind of bad. I kind of just left it while we were looking for food.
Oh no! What do butterflies eat?
What do butterflies eat? I have no idea.
Did you get to say goodbye? I didn't get to say goodbye to mine. I'm pretty sure.
I didn't get to say goodbye to mine either.
Yeah. I was not going to be mad. Again, it seemed like it was trying to talk to me. I didn't really understand.
Why do you think that they're mad? We did what they told them. We did what they told us to.
I don't know what's going on with that. I think maybe the angry one didn't tell the couple to do it. We could go touch the things again to try to stop the argument.
Or that's a little crazy. Or we could go talk to them.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, let's go do that. Let's do that. I think that's a better idea.
Good call.
So you two go up to interrupt this argument. I mean, they're just arguing. They don't stop when you approach, so you got to interrupt them.
Excuse me.
Hey.
From that, no, they're pretty heated.
So
gonna just float up and then kind of float back down between the middle of all three of them.
Okay, so yes, while the polite sort of interjection does not do that much, the plasmoid just kind of landing in the center of the argument does stop them pretty effectively. And Callisto, who is the one kind of actively in the middle of yelling at the moment, just kind of cuts off and goes, "What?
We touched the thing. We came back.
Yes, you did. You touched the thing. You came back, and that's wonderful. I suppose I'm glad you're not dead.
Don't you want to know about the butterfly?
Yes, we would love to know about the butterfly because information was gained, information that we didn't have before. Isn't that what you wanted, Aldor? And then without waiting for Aldor's response, he goes, tell us about the butterfly. Tell us about the butterfly.
Okay. So I touched the Orby. And then there was an island. And then there was a cocoon on a tree in the island. And then we kind of did this dance off kind of thing. And then a butterfly came out of the cocoon. It was hungry. It didn't have a name. I named it Flitter, though. And then because it was hungry, we went to go find it food. And then now I'm here.
Everyone seems confused by this, understandably. That was not the sort of thing that they were expecting from this sort of interdimensional foray that they sent you on. But after a moment of kind of confusion with some of them writing this down, Callisto turns to Goopy. And did you also see a butterfly?
No, I saw, I think, a city. Very weird buildings. And it was all very clean and nice and kind of empty. And I was being watched. And so I walked to the most important looking building, which is the tallest one. And I got inside of a box, and the box ascended very slowly and played some terrible music. And then at the top of the box, there was this white construct made out of magical wood with a giant eye that attempted to communicate with me via motion, which matches what Kloppy was just saying. So I assume in other realities, communication is done via dance, and that when you meet something, you should attempt to dance at it. I did not, and I did not successfully communicate. I spent a lot of time talking and didn't get any response. I do think if you see one of these things, dancing at it is the preferred method of communication.
Aldor is writing all of this down, of course, as the information is going on. You do see, if you take a look at his notes, which I'm just going to let you do for comedic value, you see him write down, like, slow metal box, awful music, torture device? Question mark? But then they all just kind of seemed like, again, confused. They start arguing with each other again after you're done explaining, but it is more like scientific debate than angered arguing at this point, though they still clearly aren't, all exactly on the same page here. But their argument has reignited in some form or another. However, at this point, the portals, the orbs, are starting to grow. Again, I think Boom is the only person who is like, actually, maybe, Bernie, you can give me a perception check, but the other two are in a conversation. We know Kishboom notices because he's actively sort of messing with them. But Bernie, give me a perception check to see if you notice this.
I got a 24.
24, yeah, you both see this.
Yeah.
Oh.
Kish doesn't raise the alarm because he's just having fun.
Yes, okay.
Gentlemen, there seems to be bigger problems at hand. Hello?
Once again, they are very wrapped up in scientific debate. An old man trying politely to get their attention is not gonna cut it.
Cool. Thaumaturgy, my voice booms up to 3 times as loud. Gentlemen, the orbs are getting large.
They at this all turn to you. Prophecy goes, "What do you mean the orbs are getting? Oh dear Lord!" Then seeing that the orbs are indeed getting larger, at which point they all sort of snap into action with. Them, starting to cast or look at, various magical readouts, casting spells. At this, all of the other researchers who were working on things and paying attention to this scientific debate more than the orbs themselves at the moment, also start snapping into action. The main goal seeming to be contain the growing things before whatever happens. Notably, one researcher, not one of the big three guys, but one researcher kind of runs up to Kishboom, who he sees like actively kind of firing chaos energy into it. He goes, Stop it! Is that you doing this?
And Kishboom's like, I don't think so, but I'm having fun.
You know what? This, I think... Okay, you know what? I think this is a good time to do this. As you start... are you still kind of just firing?
Yeah, like casting like all kinds of anything that has like chromatic orbs, color sprays, anything that sort of that has like wild oscillating energies.
You start firing this, or you continue firing this stuff in, and as you do, you notice the orb start to flatten in a sense, aligning itself to the obelisks that are on either side of it, and becoming more solid, a little bit less translucent, as it crystallizes in a way, not like fully becoming solid, but becoming what seems to be more like a portal. And after a second, you see a large, monstrous shifting arm claw its way out and slam into the ground. And on that note, we're going to take a bathroom break.
Thank you.
Oh boy.
I'll go ahead and warn you. Initiative when we get back. Sorry, it was a long one. I got... all right, so we will be back in just a minute to do some fight stuff. Don't go anywhere. I'm going to throw us to our starting soon screen. We will return in just a minute. Like I said, we're going to pick up exactly where we left off 2 minutes ago. You guys can do any sort of reactions to this. I guess I'll describe the intro to this fight as I'm finalizing the setup. But yeah, this large, clawed, kind of shifting hand slams its way out of this now more portal-like field. On the other side of the cavern, the other portal is doing the same and making more things, though this creature that is coming out first doesn't really like claw its way out more monstrously. It kind of just steps forward, revealing a large crystalline creature, which I will have models for in
I am so dead. I'm so done.
Oh yeah, because Nathan
gotta hide behind someone else.
This is just going to be me trying not to die. That's all this is for me.
You guys, it's gonna be fun. This is I get to do some cool synergy with this episode. I'm glad I did this the way I did. Anyway, notably, as after these larger creatures come out, smaller ones appear as well, with just sort of streaming out of the portal. Everyone notices this, of course. This is now the biggest and most immediate problem that is facing anyone. And you see all the spellcasters snap into action. Luckily, you are in a room of spellcasters. Now, most of them are researchers more than anything else. They are not necessarily combatants, but hey, you're in a room full of wizards. That's pretty good. You have like a minute to prepare, mostly as I finish setting up the... I'm putting the Roll20
am immediately casting Death Ward on myself, which lasts for 8 hours. If I drop to 0, I'll instead drop to 1 hit point.
Oh, don't join the Roll20 yet. I have to take the player's thing off so I don't spoil something. Hold on. Don't join it yet. I almost spoiled something. Oh. Well, not for the audience, but for you guys, because I left it on.
That is the first thing that is happening, first and foremost.
Okay, now you're on a blank screen. Okay, you can go to Roll20 now. We're good. You'll see nothing if you do that.
We're going to the breakpoints one?
Yes, the one that I just sent in the Skype chat. You can just use that one. I think it's the normal one, actually. I started just doing these all on the normal ones.
All right.
All right, we'll use this map here. And yes, okay, sorry, continue. You have a moment to prepare to do any interactions or setup that you want while I finish getting these ready.
Death Ward on myself is the main one. Yeah. Everything else will have to wait until we're in the pitch of combat.
All right, let's see. I am going to try to set up this... map as best I can. It's going to be a little not to scale, but who cares about scale, right? Scale is for losers.
Scale only really matters if you're going to be running hundreds of miles an hour around the screen or something like that.
Yeah. I've never seen anybody do that before. How? There we go. Flip vertical. That's what I wanted. I'm gonna have to change the grid size on this. I think that's kind of a pain, but I'll make it work. I'm trying to actually. You'll get why I'm taking long to set up this this map, and it will pay off. There we go. Oh, they're too big again. Dang it. This is something I really should have set up beforehand, but I was like, oh, it won't take that long. Anyway, as I'll keep talking, so it seems like I was prepared for this. Callisto immediately kind of snaps into combat action, ready to fight some monsters. Prophis does the same. Everyone make me an insight check, though, on Aldor. See what information you can gain about him in this moment. Not sense motive.
19 for me.
22.
Yeah, 9 for my sake.
Okay, so 19 was the highest, I believe, right? So 19 with the
22.
22 was the highest. Okay, both the 19 and the 22 notice. He does not seem concerned. In fact, in much the same way that he was looking at you, the plasmoids, when you came in with this sort of like impassive. This is sort of an interesting point of inquiry, you know, despite the fact that there are monsters actively causing problems and streaming into this reality, he seems more intrigued than anything else, which is concerning. He does kind of like get ready to fight from what you can tell, but curiosity is more in the forefront of his mind than concern is. As I'm trying to set this up, does anyone remember how to change grid size and roll? Oh, never mind. I remember how to do it.
No idea. Yeah, don't ask me.
I did. It's in a weird place. Because I need it to be. We're gonna just double the cell size of this. Okay, here we go. There, that's what I wanted. Okay, sorry. Roll20 is a good app, but man, they bury their settings in the weirdest possible places.
It has a learning curve and a half, yeah.
It really does. If anyone in the audience has not used Roll20 before, like ultimately I do recommend it. It's a good system for stuff like this, and it's also free, but get used to finding settings in just the weirdest places in the world. All right, let me make sure this is scaled how I want it to be. That looks fine. So, now this map is not 100% centered, which you'll kind of get why in a second. But let me move the player view to the map here, and then I will get the audience looking, and I'll put you guys on in a second. So, This is going to represent the cavern that you're in. The reason this took me so long is this is a sort of single portal map that I flipped and duplicated to represent the swapping of the two. Now, let's see. This may actually work. Are we going to get to see the right thing? No, you are seeing the DM view. Oh, wait, are you? Are you seeing the DM view?
I haven't seen anything.
Yes. No. The audience is seeing the DM view. It defaulted to the wrong. Let me fix that so you guys can see. Fix the cameras. I know everything went weird there. Dear Lord, everything really went weird here. Oh, well. This will only take me a second to... Oh, do we have it? Here, I'll cover. Nathan, do you mind doing the Patreon plug again?
Guys,
while I frantically fix this nonsense?
Patreon that has 2 tiers, a $1 tier and a $5 tier. The $1 tier gets you access to the Discord, and the $5 tier gets you access to our talkback show called Backstage, where whoever is around for whatever given episode, right after we're done, we go and record another, usually at least 20 minutes, sometimes up to an hour, of more content where we just talk about what we did. And Patreon has now come out with this new feature where you get a 7-day free trial. So if you're on the fence about whether or not $5 a month is worth it for your favorite D&D podcast crew, you can get a free trial. Go check out all the content that's in the $5 or the $1 tier. See if you like it. See if it's worth paying for. And then once that trial is up, you can just keep paying us. And keep sticking around. And it'd be really cool if you did. Yeah.
Sorry for delays here. I forgot that when I import new people's Skypes into the system, I have to put them in manually to every battle map thing. So that was my bad. I haven't had to do this in a bit because the guests from last time had been here before, and for some reason some of my settings did not save. So I'm going to do that. Give me just a second here. Sorry for the delay. Nathan, you want to talk about your song?
I made a song about
your very good, very cool song.
I was kind of forced into it, but it's fun. It's a fun song. Made it with Charlie Curtis Beard and Carter Ace. Went out to LA to film a music video, which will be dropping hopefully in a couple of weeks. It's called Buns. Buns, and I can't actually make guarantees about other people's verse, but I can guarantee for the music video that the best part about buns is that everybody has them. And so anybody can shake their buns. And
what a strange... Okay.
The whole idea for the music video when Charlie was pitching it to us was like, we would just want people of all walks of life in this music video just shaking ass. And that's what we got. And so it's fun.
That's what you got.
It's fun.
I hate to say this, and I'm very glad, Josie, your audio was not input when you said that, so no one could hear that, so that was just for us. Now your audio is input. So you want to just go ahead and say what you just told us all in accidental secret?
Very tangentially related, I would like to share that I just recently made a song about feet. It's called Pants Feet.
Nice.
Yeah, it's a gay club banger. It's perfect.
Gay club banger, yes.
Hey, look, everyone's things are in. It took me a reasonable amount of time. And also, to people yelling at me in chat, remember I run this show off a Mac because I'm an idiot. So spare me, please. All right, let's put your guys' icons on the map here. If it's gonna. Oh, I was like, why isn't it working? That is the player interface. No wonder it wasn't working. You guys can't see that. All right. Let me now put your tokens on the map when I actually have DM control here. So, obviously this map is arranged top to bottom, not left to right, just because that was easier and I didn't want to take extra time. For the purposes of this, the top portal is going to be the Chaos portal, and the bottom portal is going to be the Order portal. I am putting your icons in on the map right now. You, once I have control, can kind of arrange them where you want because you have a moment of preparation here, so don't necessarily feel the need to stick them exactly where I have left them. Your colors on the map for these tokens are just going to match your border colors. So pink for Jess, purple for Josie, red for Skyen, and green for Nathan.
Cool.
Once I get all that in.
Where did this monster crawl out of?
There are monsters crawling out of both.
Great, so I guess I'm in the center.
Again, Chaos on top, Order on bottom. I will zoom out and show everybody that once we are fully controlled.
And are these gaps like pits or are they walls?
Walls. This is a cave, but it's not like a cave.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, so we can't take cover inside those pits there, unfortunately.
No, I mean, we'll say they're a little recessed if you want to kind of hide behind them. I'll allow that just because that's sort of the nature of the map.
That might be where Bernhardt should be then.
For real.
And yeah, like I said, you now have control.
Wherever I can hide, I will be hiding.
Here's a full, better view for everybody. So, out of these portals, you start to see some things emanate from them. There's one.
What is that?
That's a little small. Of course, lots of smaller creatures are also stemming forth, but most of these smaller ones are occupied by the other spellcasters who are all in the area.
What is that?
Did I make those sizes comparable? He's not actually moving. I just want to make sure. Oh, he was too small. Let me size him up one. There we go. There we go.
Oh my god.
It's also worth noting, because I know it's kind of vague since they're both sort of golem-esque. Just for note, this is not the same thing that Goopy saw in the portal. This is pretty noticeably not the same thing. So if I also zoom in so that the players can see, here we go. Here's one of the things that is emanating from the Chaos portal. And then the thing, here's our party members. And then from the order portal, we got this guy. Now, everybody, finally, I'm so sorry it took so long. Roll initiative!
I have a -2 to initiative.
Mine is 15.
Mine is 16.
Man, I heard -15 for a second. And I was like, oh yeah, no, Lord, I hope not.
I rolled a 9.
I'm going to act in the past.
I got a 6.
I mean, technically, this whole episode is in the past if we're going on the... Also, I know there's lag spikes. I'm still setting up some stuff. Sorry about that. That'll stabilize. Okay, so I heard 6 for
That's
Nathan.
me.
And then I heard 15 for Skyen. What did the rest of you
16.
get?
9.
16. And 9. Let me, of course, roll for your enemies and then also allies. There are friends here.
Oh, good.
Well, that's fun.
This is just fantastic.
Hey, I didn't tell you if there was going to be a fight or not, and that means you should... Oh, well, that's good news for you. And then for the sake of just streamlining this, I'm going to say that your NPC allies are all going to go on one turn. Not necessarily the most accurate, but this is a live show. Sometimes we have to make combat streamlining choices. Yeah. So we're going to do that. Now, unfortunately, one of the monsters is going first. Conveniently for me, it is the monster that I described exiting the portal first. So, this strange liquid mass that sort of oozes forth from the portal assembles itself into a vaguely humanoid shape, though it is still shifting, and starts kind of lumbering forward. And again, for flavor, there are all sorts of other things going around, but it's lumbering forward. Now, I do think that this is such a big room that's not going to be able to get close enough to melee you, which is good for you.
Thank God.
But it is going to fire off some shots at the two closest people, which in this scenario are
Hey, I'm hiding.
Kishboom and Bernie.
Oh, I'm hiding.
All right, let's see. What are your ACs? Actually, wait, no. This is not that. Dexterity saving throws.
Oh my God, I'm so dead.
Oh no.
Right.
That's an 11 from me.
Okay, I got a -2 to this.
Old man. Not
That is a 2 on the die for a 0.
And Bernie gets a 0 on the first combat roll. Wow. Okay.
Wow.
Well, let's deal with Skyen
He's so
first.
old, man.
You do fail it, but this is not that crazy of an attack. Actually, I don't mean this to scare anybody, but I like to ask it at the beginning of each combat, just for my reference. What is everybody's max health?
62.
62.
Mine is 43.
Oh my God. Oh dear Lord.
Oh no.
Oh, Bernie, no.
83.
83.
73.
Okay. Wow. You do not have much health. Okay. So this thing, not getting close enough to, smack you with its liquid arms yet, it kind of raises both arms out and fires blasts of this chaotic liquid at you, hitting Kishboom for 11 damage. And do I treat rolling a 0 as a crit?
No,
I feel like What?
Oh, the crit comes from the attacker, not from the defender.
Well, I know, but he rolled a 0. I'll be nice, and it's a fail.
Did he roll did he roll like a natural 0, or did he roll like a dirty 0?
It's a dirty 0.
Oh my God. My God.
Then it's not a critical failure.
Well, it doesn't matter because it did roll max damage anyway. So you're gonna take 16 damage.
Okay.
That's not
cool.
too bad.
Cool. I'm at 27.
Skyen said, "No, you can't crit. That comes from the attacker." And the attacker said, "Bet, I'll crit." Okay. Well, good news then for you guys. It is your turn, Goopy.
Oh.
And remember, I'm zoomed in for the audience view on one of these things, but remember, you are kind of flanked right now. There are 2 of them.
Okay. I can only move 30 feet, so I don't think I can get to either of them in any sense at all. But what I can do is use up one of my wild shapes to activate my symbiotic entity. So I will do that. When I do this, I get plus 40 temp HP. I roll double damage dice for my Halo of Spores damage, and I deal 1d6 additional necrotic damage when I do a melee attack. This lasts for 10 minutes.
Speaking of which, what damage type was it that we got hit with?
This was just bludgeoning, because this was not I guess for the purposes it would be magical bludgeoning, but it's nothing crazy yet, because it would just basically liquid bursts. This was not a crazy chaos effect yet.
Holy shit.
There will be.
Holy shit, I'm so dead. I'm so dead. I got tricks up my sleeve. Like I said, I'm focusing on staying alive.
And then I believe, I don't know if this is a bonus action or not. I think I can do my spreading spores as a bonus action. Is that...
I'm not sure off the top of my head. I can look it up.
No, it does not. It's the fungal infestation. That's a bonus action. Never mind. I don't know that I really have any kind of thing to do as a bonus action in this moment, being this far away from these enemies.
Okay, I'll give you like an extra. You can all have for note like an extra 10 feet of movement if you want, because again, I said you can you have time to set up. Also, for what's worth, not that this really matters for the purposes mechanically, just for flavor purposes, this is representing a snapshot of a longer battle. Again, we've got to streamline this for combat purposes. Like I said, there are other fights going on the sidelines here. This is a snapshot.
Okay. Well, in that case, I'm going to just keep buffing myself if I can until they get to me, because I don't want to be hit by that. So I'm gonna stop here. I'm gonna pass my turn.
All right, buff spells cast. Skyen.
My turn, you say? Okay.
Your turn.
Getting hit with that globe, yeah, Kishmoon lets out, God fucking damn it! Like a real loud screech, and like sort of whirls around. And then there's a change in attitude, where like a lot of the sort of skittering energy that he used to have sort of vanishes, and he holds up two fingers to his throat, and he says, let's see. With the help of your good hands, gentle breath of yours, my sails must fill, or else my project fails. And then he breathes a cone of lightning damage at this critter, which needs to make a dexterity 17 saving throw.
That's a big save, and this thing is also very large, so I don't think it's going to pass that. It does not.
Cool. Then it will take...
So
13 lightning damage.
13 lightning damage. I will write that down. There we go. So with surprising intensity from this little kobold, it fires back a counter shot, just a big old lightning burst. You see... it hit the liquid making up this thing's body and kind of burst it outwards. It does reform, but you can see the shifting in the part that is hit is a little bit different. Basically, we would say it doesn't seem to be like regenning. You can tell that there's difference, even though the liquid has kind of coagulated back into the main part of the form.
Yeah, and with my movement, I am going to take cover behind... Can I take cover behind these little things?
I'm going to say that for the purposes of this map, I'm going to invert these. So these are supposed to be like divots, I think. These are going to be like walls. Everything that looks like it's kind of inset is
actually up.
Raised.
Got it.
Yeah, I think that's a good way. Again, I did not custom make this map, but yeah.
Then he's going to dash behind here and hide for a second.
All right, a good little safe zone.
That'll be turn.
Josie.
Okay. In preparation for this battle, cast Mage Armor, which I can cast at will. Very nice. And then also Summon Aberration. But for flavor, Gloppy says, I'm going to summon a cute friend to help us out. And then this like monstrous deformed aberration thing appears from the ground, and she's like, oh my gosh, it's so cute, thank you so much. And this aberrant spirit can attack, is like right after me in initiative.
I'm giving you a squid, which I think is a fitting enough little token. Perfect. I'm going to give you control of it.
Okay, perfect.
Nice.
Which you should have now.
Okay, cool. And And then I'm going to cast Black Tentacles on the monster that is the closest to us.
Okay.
And it's Ebony Tentacles fill a 20-foot square on the ground. You get to within range. Creatures enter the affected area or starts its turn there, succeed on a dexterity saving throw, or take 3d6, and be restrained by the tentacles until the spell ends.
All right, so dex save for this thing. Definite fail. I don't even need to know what it is.
Cool. And so until the spell ends, then as long as concentration ends, it is restrained and takes 3d6 damage every turn.
Okay. Does that damage happen immediately? I don't know. I think it with a lot of those spells.
I think it's when it starts its turn.
Okay.
I believe his rules as written, it counts as having entered the area of effect when it's cast as well. So it happens immediately and then also at the start of its turn.
Well, there we go.
A lot of those spells do. I'm not sure. If you want to put in the damage, go ahead. There's more challenges coming.
Okay. And then rolling 3d6. So why won't it let me roll 3d6? A 3, a 3, and a 4. So what, 10?
3, 3, 4. I don't. Yeah, I was adding them all individually. All right. Your tentacle, and it is restrained, yes?
Yes. And then
right, so I would just get flavor. Your tentacles reach up from under the ground, kind of grossly sort of interweaving with the liquid that makes up this thing's body. But despite that, it does seem to hold it pretty solidly. So this thing is stuck. And now it's your squid's turn, I guess.
Okay, and then for the squid's turn, it gets I think its only thing is multi-attack, and so it does attacks equal to half this spell's level rounded down. It doesn't actually give me any more information than that, so I have no idea how that works.
What was the ability? Or spell?
It just says multi-attack.
Oh, multi-attack is you can make you can just do multiple attacks.
Oh, okay. So then yeah, it gets to make. I'm gonna have the squid. Yeah. The squid's gonna like run up. I'm like, go get him, and the squid will run up and then make 2 attacks against this thing.
All right, go for it.
Can it reach it in one turn? 30.
I don't know what its movement is.
Sorry. 30 feet.
So each square is 5.
Square is 5. Okay, so
close.
So it's gonna run.
Well, it might have reach.
It's gonna run up. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, that ends my turn.
All right, so the squid runs up. At this point, it is the NPC's turn. Now, again, there are NPCs all around you in this fight. I have not filled the map with tokens because it would take too long. But the spellcasters are trying to hold back this tide of monsters. On the NPC turn, I'm also going to have everybody make me a perception check to sort of see what you can gather that's going on in this fight. And then I'll describe from here.
1 - 1.
Another 0!
Woo!
The second 0 in this fight!
For flavor, she's too busy just like floating around and like kind of like spinning in a circle. Whee!
Statistically improbable.
19.
That makes up for it. Together, it's actually not a 20. If from that one and a 19, well, anyway. 19, what about the others? Is 19 the highest? Probably, but we'll see.
What was the thing?
Perception check.
Perception check. That's a 12.
12. And Bernie, though I'm sure Bernie's not doing great, but Bernie.
Oh, shit. Sorry, I'm focusing on how to live.
Real
perception
old activities from Nathan? What?
Perception is a 14.
A 14. Okay, so the 19 was definitely the highest. In this combat, you see that after kind of splitting off and fighting a little bit, Aldor, Prophet, and Callisto have all kind of reconvened in the center, fairly near you, near enough where they can hear. And you hear talk about, obviously, their main thing being how to close the portals. And one thing that you can kind of piece together is the general idea, I'm not going to go through the exact lines, but the way that they opened them was by sending beings into each one and sort of using them as anchors that accidentally opened the portal. And maybe by using people as anchors again, they could close them. So that's the thing that they are currently thinking about. But then it moves on to Bernie's turn.
Oh, boy. Okay. So, first things first, I'm going to do what any religiously ambiguous person does in Crisis and immediately turn to my God after turning my back to them. And I'm going to whisper to myself, "Oh God above, please bless me," and just start riddling off all this language. And as a cantrip, at will cast Word of... the range is only 5 feet. Fuck.
Yeah, Word of Radiance is a really short range thing.
Well, I'm not doing that. Psych! As a bonus action, I'm going to be casting Sanctuary on myself. Sanctuary lasts a minute. And do I cast this on myself or on something else? You ward a creature within range against attack. I am the creature within range against attack.
If it's just within range.
Until the spell ends, any creature who targets me with an attack or a harmful spell must first make a Wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, the creature must either choose a new target or lose the attack or spell. This spell does not protect me from area of effects.
Okay, that's so you're just gonna get hit with. You're just gonna make your friends get hit. Got it. But hey,
so
you're old.
Bonus action Sanctuary on myself. So anytime any of these goobers want to attack me, they have to make a Wisdom save of 16, and then, fuck. Then I'm gonna run. I think. Actually, no. Then I am going to turn to my God and whisper all this random knowledge. I'm going to try to do a divine intervention for my action.
Okay.
As an action, you can request your deity's aid and roll percentile dice. Only if the dice are equal to or less than 10 does something happen.
Oh, all right.
So I am calling out to my God.
So the man who got a 0 on his last roll is going to try to get a 10%.
Yes. I am going to turn to my God while I am in fear for my life. Come on. No, that is not it.
No.
I call out to God.
The God that you have ignored for presumably a few years at this point returns the favor.
Right. Oh, we're good for nothing.
You should pray to the slime goddess. She embraces all.
Sligma, she goddess of slime. She who embraces all.
She who embraces all.
I'm running away. That's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I'm also heading around the corner.
And that's probably a good call because now it is the other Titan's turn. So this thing is going to start lumbering forward. Again, it does not have enough movement to get in. This is a very large chamber, but it does see these two slimes in the center, and it is also going to fire off some projectile attacks. But this is not a save. This is an attack. So what are your ACs?
Mine?
Almost. No, the plasma. It almost certainly hits because it rolled an 18 and a 19, but...
13.
14.
Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. So 18 for 13, 19 for 14. It beats both by 5. And it is going to fire off... Oh, it's actually kind of getting low damage. Oh, wow. And once again, there's sort of some parallels. 8 damage to both of you as it throws its hands forward and kind of fires shards of these order crystals at you in these quick volleys. They do hit, but with your bodies being squishy, they largely seem to pass through, and you are not too harmed by it.
That's very rude.
Now the funny thing is, these things rolled wildly opposite initiatives. One of them rolled super high, one of them rolled super low. But because D&D is weird, that means they go consecutively. So it is now the Chaos thing's turn. Josie, remind me, is the restrained thing at the beginning of the or the end of the turn?
Beginning of the turn.
In that case, that triggers now. So it gets a saving throw of dexterity, which it got a nat 1 on. And since it got a nat 1 on that, I'm just going to say it is entirely tangled. So do the damage, but like it is stuck.
So actually, I don't think it doesn't roll a saving throw every turn. It just once it's hit, it just sticks there.
Wait, what's...
Yeah, presumably it can do a save to get out of being entangled.
Oh, yeah, that's what... Here, this is Evard's Black Tentacles. Let me see. I'll look it up, because I've seen that spell before.
Yeah, you have.
Yes, I have.
A creature... Okay, so it says... when a creature...
I get it.
For the first time or starts to turn there, the creature must succeed on a dexterity saving throw or take 3d6. Yeah. A creature that starts its turn in the area and is already restrained by the tentacles takes 3d6. And so it's just there. It's just restrained there until it's over.
Well, I see it here. It says a creature restrained by the tentacles can use its action to make a strength or dexterity check against your spell save DC. On a success, it frees itself. So that's how it gets out.
Okay,
regardless, since it got a nat 1, I'll just treat that as the fail. So it is still stuck. You get to do the damage and then move on. So do that damage, and then it'll be Jess's turn.
That is a 1 and a 3 and a 4. So 8 total.
Not a lot, but chip damage going in. That is good. And also, you stunned it for a turn. And since there are 2 enemies, that's very nice. Also, you get to... Oh, wait, no, never mind. That's not your turn. So the squid doesn't go yet. Jess!
Yeah, so turns out it actually was my bonus action that I could do this. So I'm just going to do my bonus action now. Spreading Spores. While my symbiotic entity is active, which it remains active until I wild shape again or take 40 damage, I can hurl my spores up to 30 feet away. So I will throw them in front of... the big nasty order creature, which would put it right about here, and it creates a 10-foot radius square, I guess, a cube rather, for 1 minute. And they disappear early if I use this feature again. If I dismiss them, blah blah blah. And I take my Halo of Spores damage, which is doubled because I'm in Symbiotic Entity, and my Halo of Spores damage is... Oh god, this class is so complicated. 1d8 necrotic damage on a creature, so 2d8 necrotic damage on anything that enters or starts its turn there.
Okay, and you... Yeah, so you that triggers immediately because of the way the because it was within.
So can you guys see the measuring thing that I'm doing?
Well, yeah. Well, if it's 20-foot cube or 10-foot cube, this thing is like 5.
Oh yeah.
And if you're casting it on a point within range, it's at the edge. But
hell yeah. Also, is there a way to mark that cube on there because it just stays?
Yeah. I'll draw.
You can use the draw shape.
I'll draw. It doesn't have to be exact, but I'll draw. I shouldn't use that color. It's fine.
Cool.
Yeah. So that cube, it's again rough, but there's only 2 enemies on the map right now. So
awesome. So that's 2d8 necrotic. So that's going to be 3 and 5. So that's 8 necrotic damage on the order creature.
Let me mark that down.
And then for my actual action, I think I'd like to cast a spell. I'm going to move a little bit closer so I can actually cast a spell on this thing, but not like too close because that's a bad idea. So we're going to go 5, 10, 15, 20, and I will cast Thunderclap on this thing.
Thunderclap it.
Burst of thunder sound that can be heard from 100 feet away. Each creature within range other than you must succeed on a Constitution saving throw or take 1d6 damage. The save is 16, so can this thing like a 16 con save?
Con, probably. This thing's got big con because it's a big
con.
So
big con.
We'll see.
Oh no.
We'll see if it does, and it does.
Okay. So it does not take 1d6 damage, and it does not take half of that. So it just gets shaken a little bit.
Hey, you got the spores. Yeah, the crystals sort of vibrate a little bit, but are definitely strong enough to hold together the order energy permeating this thing's body, seeming to still the vibration very quickly.
That makes sense.
Skyen, you're up.
Right. Well, being now closest to the Crystal Titan, like you'll see Kishboom like poke his head out from behind cover, and once again shout,
"Oh, that this too solid flesh would melt, thaw, and resolve itself into a dew, or that the everlasting hath not fixed his cannon 'gainst self-slaughter."
Two fingers pointed out, lightning bolt. That is a DC 17 dexterity save it needs to make.
Did you write these beforehand?
No.
I'm extra impressed then. It does fail that.
Cool. Then it will first take the lightning damage, which is 31.
Jesus, all right.
And he'll follow that up with another round of his Dragon's Breath, because that's an ongoing buff that I can cast as a bonus action. So that's another DC 17 dexterity saving throw.
And okay, let's see if it can... I mean, it got its con save. Nope.
No.
Okay. Then it takes another 6 lightning damage on top of that.
Lightning. Very effective. You moving or... Well, you moved a little bit. Are you moving more or...
He's darting back into cover.
Okay, I figured that's why I asked. Josie, you are up then. And this thing does not trigger it on the enemy turn. You do have your squid, though. Okay, you're up.
Okay,
You are the purple one.
Well, this is probably a little reckless, but, it's fine. So we're gonna run up closer to the white monster. Where...
Oh, sorry. I think I just accidentally unplugged my second one. There we go. Continue.
There it is. Okay. So we're gonna roll up a little bit closer to this white and green crystal monster. How far am I? I am 30, and this monster is... Okay, so we're gonna run up to about here. Oops. Run up to about here. And then gonna cast... Actually, I'm not gonna cast because the other monster's still restrained. So...
Well, you can still cast if they're not concentration spells. You can cast them.
It is a concentration spell. So because it's still restrained, I don't want to break that quite yet. So yeah, I'm just gonna get up close and then just yell mean things at it.
Okay.
And then my little squiddy is going to attack with with claws. Melee attack. Spells level to hit, which is 5. 3 plus 5. 1d10 plus 3. So yeah, okay, so 8. Does an 8? Yeah, 8 to hit. That can't be right. No. Is that right?
What's well, what did you roll? Like on the die itself?
I didn't roll. Huh. Okay, hold on.
Oh, were you just looking at the bonus?
I was looking at the
+8 bonus is much better than... Okay, that makes more sense.
Okay, 15 to hit. That's better. I was like...
15 to hit will do it.
Okay, 15 will do it. Okay, then it is... I wish there was a roll button for this damage, but it's not, so I do everything manually.
That's weird. If it's too many dice, I can do
1d10 plus 8. So, 1d10, which is... a 0 plus 8, so... Oh, a 10. 18.
You shouldn't be able to roll a 0.
I was like...
Okay, wait, you should be able to get another 0. And you get multi-attack, right? So you get to do that again.
Yeah, I do. Okay,
Wahoo.
18 for 1, and then the second one to hit is 16 plus 8, so that hits. Whatever that is. Okay.
Yeah, that will also hit, so damage again.
Damage again, we have... 3 plus 8, so 11.
I think it's doing a lot.
18 and 11.
So the mess of tentacles continues to get more complex as the squid's form is added to this. Everyone has seemingly focused their attention on the order creature at this point. But if you look back, you see it tearing into the flesh of this Chaos Titan quite effectively. At this point, NPCs again, so I'm going to just keep this pattern going. Everyone make a perception check to see what you can notice from the rest of the goings-on in this battle.
Okay. 24.
24 all.
24.
That's a natural
a 3,
20, which is a 19 because I have a -1.
A natural, okay, you're not going to get better than a natural 20, so natural 20 is definitely enough. Actually, yeah, it's kind of fitting. The two who are kind of like hiding in the alleyways in a way. You see, obviously, these fights are still going on in the sidelines. As for the leaders of this new organization that you have joined, you see they are starting to enact this possible plan of let's somehow send some people into these dimensions to act as anchors. You see, they're sort of warded shield that seems to be generated by Aldor. Some monsters are being fought on the edges of it, discussing the specifics of this. With a natural 20, I'll give you sort of a free insight roll off that. Aldor, you hear him like very quickly volunteer to go into the order plane. Like, he does not really hesitate at all. This seems like something that he is very willing to do for scientific curiosity, and surely scientific curiosity alone. Prophis kind of shrugs after a bit and kind of, not begrudgingly, but sort of accepts, like, all right, I guess I have to be the one to go into the Chaos Realm. When he says this, Callisto immediately turns to him and opens his mouth to protest. To which Prophis kind of gives him just like a slight smile and sort of waves it off with a hand. He goes, "I'll be fine. It'll be 10 minutes. I'll be back. Don't worry about it. We know what we're doing here. We'll be okay." At which point you see them start to run off towards their respective portals, with Callisto going more towards the center. Nathan, then... Oh, one other thing. As this is happening, you kind of notice, since you got that natural 20, another group of people has entered the fight. Not ones that you recognize, but there's like a dude in like this huge black suit of armor. There's a snake with guns, and then a couple. There's a rogue, and then there's just sort of a dude who doesn't really seem to have any like weapons or abilities. He's just kind of also there. Don't worry about that for now. I'll explain to the cast members what that is later. The audience will know what that is. Nathan, your turn.
Cool. Where's the exit?
Exit would be either side, just because there's sort of like a marker here, which is the Patreon where I get these maps. If anyone wants to see where I get these maps. Nice Remorium. We'll say that this is the exit, mostly because it's marked. For what it's worth, that's also where these newcomers came from. If you want to go and see anything with them, you don't have to, but like that's where they came from.
For sure. I'm going to keep on running. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. That's about as far as I can get. Let me see range on this stuff. Oh, how interesting. Now, it doesn't... I think I'm able to do this. I'll read the exact spell. The spell is called Dawn. It's concentration up to a minute. It's an action. 60 feet of range, 30 foot 30-foot radius, so it's huge. It says the
30-foot radius is big.
It says the light of dawn shines down on a location you specify within range. It doesn't say I need eyesight.
Okay, sure. I'll allow it.
Cool. In that case, I'm gonna get back on this weird rainbow sludge. This weird gasoline sentient puddle, and cast Dawn in a 30-foot radius exactly where they're standing. And so
Fire.
What that does, it's a con save, unfortunately, but
This thing's con is lower than the other ones. So
they take 4d10 radiant damage on a failed save and half as much on a successful one. A creature must also make this saving throw whenever it ends its turn in the cylinder.
So it does successfully make that save, but it's still going to take damage, and also it's already restrained. So with a double restrain and then like a damage AoE effect, that's
right.
That'll be good. Interestingly, does this hit everything, or does it hit only what you're targeting? Because there is a squid there. Sort of burn off Gloppy's aberration.
It does hit everything, but I could, if I have enough. Let me see. That's 60 feet, but the radius is freaking huge. It's gonna hit the squid.
Holy calamari.
What you're like a foot or two out of the range where it would work. The squid's gonna just be on.
Well,
the edge
actually,
of this
hold on. I can bonus action dash. Actually, what am I talking? Or can I bonus?
What?
No, I can't.
What?
No.
That's-
I'm thinking of a whole
action.
different class.
I was like, are you a rogue multi-class? Is this old man with -2 dexterity multi-classing a rogue?
I wish.
That'd be a hell of a character. I kind of want to play.
That would be a hell of a
old man
reveal
rogue.
that he's actually been faking being frail this whole time.
I was gonna say.
Start through park.
Very Yoda of you.
I don't know if you've ever seen a grandpa run, usually when they're trying to answer the phone, but it's not like a pretty sight. Anyways, so yeah, the squid's going to get hit. I rolled 18 damage, so that'll be 9 damage.
I guess also then, Josie, you have to do the save for the squid, because I don't know its stats off the top of my head, but I will put that 9 damage onto the chaos thing. As that's happening, you kind of duck behind. Notably, I guess the rest of you see Birdie just kind of like dip. Birdie runs away, but then a second after he goes away, just this sunburst appears over top of this chaos thing. You can see it kind of like you can see some sort of smoke, some evaporation in a sense rising off of this thing's form as it screeches while still being held by the tentacles.
Oh, I suppose I was right next to Gloppy before I ran away. I can touch their goopy body as I leave and give them guidance.
All right, sure. I'll
So you're gonna add a D4 to any ability check of your choice.
The squid does not succeed the con save, unfortunately. So we're getting some fried squid.
So fried.
How much damage did that do?
Yeah, does it?
18
Does that
on a
kill
fail.
it? Or is
No,
it
it's
still
got
up?
like 40 something health.
Oh, by the way, I lied about
okay,
the
then I'll
guidance.
just leave it
It's
there.
concentration. You don't get that shit.
This is concentration?
I guess.
Huh, I wouldn't have thought that. Anyway, monster time. It is now the Order Titan's turn. It is going to step forward and it is going to go into that the spores. Was that the spore? What do the spores do? So many AoEs in this
2d8 necrotic damage. These are the spores from inside of me because I'm infected with mushrooms apparently, because that's what happens when you become a circle of spores druid. That's definitely a D10 and not a D8. That number doesn't make sense to be there. Hold on. Where's my D8? There it is. Okay. I rolled 2d8 and I got 2.
Well, it's
Nice.
damage. It's damage.
It's
So this thing
damage.
lumbers through the spores, unfazed by them largely. But it does walk up and it's just gonna kind of. Well, actually, both of you are next to each other, so it's gonna stomp. And that stomp, make a dexterity saving throw, both of the plasmoids, because they're right next to each other, so it's just gonna shockwave stomp you.
Does a 15 succeed?
Well, 15 will succeed. These things are crazy.
Does 2 succeed?
A 2?
3 minus 1?
A 2 will not
Okay,
do
well,
that.
that's unfortunate.
A 2 will not do that. The damage is not crazy, though, just 10 damage. Rolling kind of low on damage. And so this thing stomps towards you. Goopy, you are able to sort of ooze out of the way, but Gloppy, probably slowed by the sort of bouncy levitation that Gloppy has been consistently doing, kind of gets splatted a little bit.
Currently not levitating because that requires concentration, but am bouncing up and down, so.
Yeah. Chaos Thing's turn. Now, again, this is just a fight of a lot of AoEs, so the Chaos Thing takes damage from the tentacles, and it takes damage from the light aura.
It only takes damage from mine at the end of its turn, if it ends its turn.
Okay. So it's damage from the. This is such a complicated name. So Josie, do the damage from the tentacles. Then it will try to break out. Then if it's still there, okay, I got it.
Yep. We got it.
12 damage from the tentacles.
Tentacle damage first. 12 damage from the tentacles. I will mark that down. That's not the right amount of health. That would be far too much. All right, we're going to see if it can break out. It can do, I believe, strength or dex. Its choice. Against what? What is the save that it has to make for that?
16.
If you don't... 16. It is still going to fail. So it's really low roll, and so at this point, then Nathan, do your burn damage.
Sweet. That is gonna be 24.
24. That's a lot. This thing's almost. You can see the fact that this thing has been restrained so effectively is really taking a toll on it. Like the scorching light from above is melting off and not melting, evaporating, I guess, the liquid of its body as you see it dissipating into sort of colorful smoke. It looks to be on its last legs as it just has been crippled this whole fight, unable to do anything. Jess, you are up then.
All right, so I think I'm finally in melee range of this thing. And Goopy is going to do the thing that she's been doing so much and get all pointy with Primal Savagery, and then we're just going to do a melee attack, because I built a melee druid and then forgot that I was playing a melee druid for half of the first combat. And that's going to be a 14 plus 8 is 22. Okay. That's 2d10 necrotic damage. And for that we get 3 and a 4. So that's 7 necrotic damage.
7 necrotic damage. Again, it's damage.
It is damage. Take what we can get.
And more than last time.
And I believe... No, there's no reason to rethrow my spores. So yeah, we are good.
All right, you hack and slash at this thing. Its crystalline body is pretty tough, but you see you're making some cracks that start to spread across.
Yeah.
Then if you're not moving, Skyen.
Yes. Okay. We're just gonna keep doing angry tiny wizard things. So
it's been
once
working,
again,
so no need to stop now.
Kishboom pokes his head out of cover and starts shouting, "I've supped full with horrors. Dionysus familiar to my slaughterous thoughts cannot once start me." And it's another dexterity 17 saving throw for this thing.
Really like making the giant kaiju monster make dexterity. It passes this one. Oh my god.
Oh, well, good for that. It's still going to take half of the damage.
Of course it is.
Let's see what half of the damage is. That would be 15 damage.
15 is the half?
Yep.
Dear Lord.
Because it's 10d4.
Okay.
And... Yeah, and on the start of its turn, it can take an action to wash itself clean of acid, and if it doesn't, it takes another 10d4 damage.
You guys, this is a party of just on the monster's turn, it gets hurt more. That's what half these abilities have been.
And of course, he's going to follow that up with his Dragon's Breath also, which is another DC 17.
Okay, yeah, why did I put my phone down? Why did I put my... Yeah, there we go. It fails. It fails that one.
Cool. That means it takes an additional... 11 lightning damage.
11. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you continue just blasting off everything that you've got at this. It works. You see crystals starting to crack and sort of splinter off from the lightning burst, some of them being melted by the acid. You're smashing these things up pretty effectively. Josie, I saw you move back, so yeah, Josie.
Okay. What size class is this crystal monster?
It looks gargantuan.
Whatever's above large.
Gargantuan is above. Or it goes large, huge, gargantuan is what it goes.
I don't remember what the things actually correspond to in real life because
20 by 20.
Large is 10 by 10, yeah, and then it's 20 by 20.
So
then it's 30
what you're
by
saying
30.
is I cannot grapple it.
Probably not.
We had people trying to grapple it last time, and I made it like a really hard roll. Technically, this is 20
I am
by 20,
3
so
feet tall.
That's huge. I was right. Yeah, no. We're not doing that bit again. You guys didn't even watch the last episode, so you don't even know what the bit is, but there was a bit where someone tried to grapple this thing, and it did not work.
Okay. Then in that case, gonna cast... well, actually, I don't know if it's a cast or not. It's Cloak of Flies. I think it's a bonus action.
I remember you texting me about that spell because you wanted to flavor it, and I didn't look up what it does. As a bonus action, yeah. Eldritch Invocations.
It doesn't say like concentration or anything like that, so I think it just happens.
Yeah, if it's an invocation, that's like an extra thing. That's not
yes, gonna use invoke cloak of flies, which is cloak of fireflies, because they're little buzzy little glowing aura around around Gloppy, and that anything within a 5-foot aura will take 4 poison damage, and then she's just gonna kind of like bounce up and then bonk this crystal monster with a club.
Right.
Very cute.
Hey, does that anything within your aura that takes poison damage include me?
I moved away from you.
Oh, okay.
Well, closer to the monster, which I'm assuming is... Yeah.
We can say you moved 5 feet away.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Cool. Just checking.
Yeah.
Because that would never hurt a friend.
A small enough movement, whatever.
Okay. Club. It does a 23 hit.
23 definitely hits. Bonk this thing.
And gonna bonk it for 3 damage.
Bonk this thing less good.
For 3 damage.
But 7 damage functionally because it takes 4 poison damage,
poison
right?
damage. Unless a crystal is immune to poison damage, I have no idea how that would work.
Probably, but again, this stage of the fight is almost over, so I'm gonna just let that
This stage? Whatever do you mean?
What, did I say something? I meant you win.
Why am I hearing Latin choirs chanting
say that
all
one
of a
more
sudden?
time, please.
I meant...
Do I hear boss music?
I meant you guys are doing really good. You're winning. Yay! Woo! There's only one monster left in the whole place, and you're going to kill it. Everyone roll perception to check that NPC actions.
Oh, 14.
Wow.
That's
I'm
10.
scared. I also got a 10.
What is 6 plus 8? I really wanted to be able to answer that on my own.
Well,
I'm not going to tell you.
14.
No. All right, 14. So, also, why are people in chat saying what the? You knew what was going. I told you what was going to happen at the end of last episode. Whatever, they'll figure it out. Anyway, this is not a surprise for chat. It's a surprise for the audience. Regardless. With 14, you're not going to get the very, very specifics of what happens here, but you guys see the founders of the organization have moved to their respective positions. Callisto near the center, so he's like around. That's I'm still on. There we go. Around here, this sort of area. Aldor behind the Order monster near the Order portal, and Prophis behind the Chaos portal. Now we're going to say this thing, just sort of for flavor, it's basically dead anyway, so just to make the cutscene flow a little better, I'm going to say it kind of gets crushed to the tentacles and sort of melts down, defeated, so that there's a line of sight here. Aldor walks into the portal very casually. Like, he kind of ducks under a flying monster as he does so, but does not break composure and just strides in, clearly ready and maybe even a little excited for once about what he might find in there. Provis, on the other hand, looks a little bit nervous as he approaches the Chaos portal. Callisto also looks nervous as you see him kind of stare at his I believe at the time this would be boyfriend, as you see him, his boyfriend walk towards the portal, and Prophis just kind of shoots him a thumbs up and a little salute and walks in.
Wow. And then he got gross and weird.
And we all know what happened after that.
He came back in 10 minutes, like he said, right?
He came back in 10 minutes, like he said, and everything's fine, and nothing bad happened.
And nothing bad happened. Everything was totally normal.
And nothing bad happened, and I didn't say next stage of the fight, and everything's good. I was trying to think of like a clever word that rhymes with stage to say I was said instead, but I couldn't, so screw it. Next phase of the boss fight time. So, at this point, this Chaos monster has been firmly defeated. And since you have taken out one and the Order monster is a little bit weaker. Whoops. The half of the map does not get deleted. My bad. I meant to delete
the Order
box. There we go. Get rid of that. the fight continues after these founders have gone into the respective portals. Callisto stays on the center. There's a little pedestal here, which is not represented in this map because I wanted to use a bigger one for this than I did last time. But there's a little pedestal here. Callisto starts casting several things. You see him kind of making these tendrils of energy, reaching out and linking himself to the portals like you saw him do before. But as this is happening, the fight is still very much ongoing, right? There are still monsters, less of them actively coming out of the portal, but there are monsters everywhere that the agents are trying to take out. Notably, some of the monsters have been leaving. This actually, from what you can tell, you can see has been going on for a bit, but it was happening as you were distracted with the Titans. You can see that some of them have sort of clawed tunnels into the walls of this cavern and are leaving the area, which many of the researchers are trying to prevent. And also, a rock crashes to the ground from the ceiling. When you look up, you can see that the ceiling of this cavern, which was solid before, has started to split open. Everyone make me an Arcana check really quick.
Oh, shit.
That's a 13.
21.
21.
A 19.
A 19. I mean, 21 is good enough, so regardless. With the 21, Gloppy, you are able to kind of feel, having been in one of these dimensions, you kind of recognize the signatures. With these portals being remained open and being actively connected, they are pushing against each other in the physical space, and it seems if they are allowed to continue doing this with these opposing energies slamming into each other in the material plane, they are tearing the continent apart, literally, as you watch as this cavern starts to slowly expand into a much larger ravine from these energies slamming into each other at full arcane force. Now, at this stage, again, we're going to, for the sake of time, skip through a little bit of this fight. This fight continues longer as you guys try to help the rest of your order contain as many of these monsters as you can. I'm assuming there's lots more lightning from Kishboom. More.
Oh yeah,
just
like lightning
chaos.
and firebolts and pyrotechnics all over.
Yes. Because I'm nice, I'm not going to make you necessarily expend resources for this part, since this is flavor, and again, kind of cut for time. But if you would like to do any sort of flavor things in this midpoint, you are able to do so. I should note this is not a rest. This is active combat, but I'll give you a chance to say that now before we move on to the next part.
Is there anything?
I mean,
oh, go ahead.
Unless you'll let me heal for free.
Okay, how about this? Give me a stealth check, and if you pass the stealth check, you can find a corner to hide and heal yourself.
Oh, great. Stealth? I got a -2. Let's go, baby. Come on. That is a 4 on the die for a 2.
Nope. There's a little montage of Bernie frantically hobbling around trying to find a safe corner and being pursued by monsters everywhere he goes.
Yeah. One of the things that Kishboom will do is cast Big B's Hand, which creates a large. Essentially, it's a giant-sized mage hand, and with that, he'll like punch the crystal monster squarely in the face, like as part of combat. We
can say that's one of the finishers that knocks the crystal monster over, and it crashes to the ground, shattering.
I love that.
Do either of the plasmoids have any flavor that they want to put into this?
Does anything die within 10 feet of Goopy?
I would say, yeah. I mean, over the course of this, some things definitely.
So one of the things that I can do is infest them with fungus and create a zombie to help me out as a reaction. Is that a thing you'll let me have done?
I will say that you can have 2 zombies.
Yeah.
Nice.
Zombies.
Yeah, I'm not going to give you a bunch, but let me see if I have a token that sort of fits.
Hell yeah.
Good bid.
I have weird, gross fungus zombies now, everybody. I'm such a normal character.
We're being so normal right now.
Do I have just a free zombie token? I might. There's my Megazord. It came up when I searched ZO.
I would accept a Megazord.
We'll
take that. Yeah, 2 of those actually, please.
Oh, that's premium assets. We don't have those. Oh, there's some zombies. Here you go. You can have some zombies.
Yeah.
Weirdly stretched for some reason. Let me give you control.
They're weirdly stretched because of all the fungus.
Look at those guys.
Yeah, they're
those
clickers.
little guys.
I shouldn't reference The Last of Us. I have not watched it. But
yeah, they're kind of freaky.
You have
Last of Us now canon within this
now
universe.
canon.
You canonized lightsabers.
Thinking more Resident Evil, Jack Baker style fungus zombies, but Last of Us works. Canonize Resident Evil 2. Let's
I'm
go.
not picky.
Canonized Resident. Add it to the list.
All right. So, as this fight is going on, all of you are pretty wrapped up in fighting your own monsters and things like that. So, here's what I'm going to do. As this happens, everyone, you can move your characters where you like on the sort of edges of this area. So this sort of main line area, anywhere off this sort of main area you can do. So this is where you're going to end up after the extended fight.
Can I make some kind of check to find the area that is the farthest and safest away from danger?
I'm going to go ahead and I'll explain why you know this in a minute. The center is the most dangerous area at the moment, or it will be in a second.
Okay, so what are these things with these kind of runes on them that look like?
Those are just sort of the control. I said there were like obelisks with runes that they were using as sort of stabilizers. We'll call those that. Again, this is a map that I didn't custom make this map.
Right.
That's fair enough.
Yeah, I'm just gonna kind of hide. Ooh.
All right.
My guy is like, I can move him, but I can't see him. That's spooky.
So, as you... oh, wait, I'm sorry. I accidentally moved the layers.
There we go.
Is that what's...
Should be, I accidentally put the map on a front layer. My mistake. That's why this square didn't go in. There we go. Okay, fixed it. Anyway, so as this fight is going on, you hear some more like crashing and louder sounds from the center of the room where Callisto is casting his spell. But you're all kind of wrapped up in your own active fights again. There's still a lot of things going on. Notably, the group that you saw earlier, I believe only Skyen saw, the snake and the big guy with the armor and all them, they are fighting here in the center. But after a moment, you finally look over at what this is after hearing a very loud roar. You see this.
A kaiju!
What seems to be some sort of combined force of these energies. You can make an Arcana check on it if you would like to get some specific info.
That's a 17 from me.
Yes.
12.
I got a 26.
26. Okay, yeah, 26 is fine. We'll go ahead and go off that one. You can see Callisto is floating above this thing, and he is holding those two sort of tendrils of chaos and order that he's been making, and he's sort of woven them together into a knot, as if trying to connect them and balance them and use that connection to close the portals. But that connection, that sort of forced binding, has created something that another group, like I said, is actively fighting but seems to be having trouble with. Now, for the audience or for the cast members who did not watch last episode was happening concurrently with this one, and that group I described is last week's party. They also fought this boss. What they did to this boss persists into your version of this fight. You don't know what that is.
Okay.
But this is basically this. You are finishing off the boss that the first party from last week fought.
Very cool.
Cool.
So that is what's going on now. We will keep the same initiative order, but let me add in the Amalgam Titan. And it here.
Boy.
And where did we leave off? Who went last? I'll just keep the initiative. I believe the NPCs went last, which means Nathan, it actually is going to start off with you.
Oh, good. Great. I'm going to cast. I'm going. Is this like a wall back here?
Which point at it again?
By my guy, like against the edge of the map.
No, you can go off if you would. It's a large. Oh, actually, you know what? I just thought of a good way to explain the map limits. That was a place you could go. It is now a hole as the cavern is being torn into a ravine.
Great. So I'm going to. Okay, where was I? Oops, wrong tab. I can. So this I guess you'd call it a token, actually like stretches to the edges of these little hallways here. That's how big it is.
Oh yeah, this thing's huge. If you watch the last for flavor and mostly to keep continuity between two separate episodes, we're gonna say that this thing actually grew in between. Again, this won't matter to the cast, but for the audience, we're gonna say that these sort of walls here on this map are the arena that it was contained in last time, and it has since grown, and that's why the map is a little bit different. It's like the last map was a zoomed in snapshot of this.
So, Matt, I'm gonna toss you a curveball, knowing what I've already said about my character and his affinity with religion. I am still a cleric.
Okay.
But I would like to cast Guardian of Faith.
Okay.
However you want that to look is up to you.
It's just a giant question mark.
But let's see, within 30 feet.
The Riddler?
It has to be an unoccupied space. I might actually cast it, if I can, like in between the monster and whoever's pink.
Also, what's happening now, just for note,
That's
there
me.
are other NPCs. The last parties in the fight, I will have them go sort of, again, for streamlining since this is live, they will go on the NPC turn, and I'm not going to put them on the map, so don't worry about them for, like, collision purposes.
Any creature hostile to you that moves to a space within 10 feet of the Guardian for the first time on a turn must succeed a dexterity saving throw. The creature takes 20 radiant damage on a failed save or half as much on a successful one, and then the Guardian vanishes after it is dealt a total of 60 damage.
Okay, so basically 3-hit Guardian.
Yeah. And I want to put that in between me and the big Gabagoo guy. Somewhere, wherever it fits, but preferably as close to it as possible, so if it moves around, it'll...
Keep trying to put tokens in on the player screen, man. And this is like a... Okay, you know what? Sure. We'll use this token. I don't know why he's so squished, but we'll just put a squished little good bit in there. That'll be your Guardian of Faith.
Incredible. A lawyer shows up.
A lawyer shows up.
Great. He will... It won't attack any non-hostile creatures. It's just hostile creatures that get within...
Does it attack on summon?
Ooh, that's a good question. It says the first time a hostile creature that moves into the space for the first time will get attacked and has to make a dex save. The exact wording is any creature hostile to you that moves to a space within 10 feet of the Guardian for the first time on a turn must succeed on a dexterity saving throw.
You know what? We've been going with the logic that AoEs do trigger on summon, and if you want to be technical, it is now within a space within 10 feet of the Guardian for the first time.
Hey,
so I'm going to give it
fine by me. It's got to make a dex save. Dex 16.
Dex 16. It is not going to pass that.
20 damage. Baba booey.
20 damage.
I got 2 more of those left.
All right. Is that your whole turn?
Yep.
All right. I actually forgot something that I have to do here. Oh, well, that's fitting.
Actually, I'll probably move back. I'll probably move back a little bit just to do my little part and get out of there.
Now the Titan's turn. Now it is going to step a little bit towards the this cluster here. Does that trigger Guardian of Faith again?
See, I don't. I hate to say it, but I don't think it does because it literally specifically says for the first time. For the first time on a turn.
Kind of meant to be a thing you like put over your campsite that'll like attack anyone who tries to.
Yeah, it's like a swarm blocker. Okay, yeah. I get it. Regardless, I mean it's still there. We'll see how that goes.
It's still there.
And it is going to, let's see, you know what, we'll have it do, I haven't used one of these fancy abilities yet. I'm going to need, Jess, you to make a, oh shoot, which,
oh boy.
I believe I have it as a Constitution save. I don't remember which, I think it was Con save. Ooh. If I'm wrong, people yell at me in chat.
Oh, Constitution, okay. I believe that is not my dump stat. Great, okay.
You guys don't have 3 dump stats?
Does 14 do me any good?
A 14, I believe a 14... Well, wait, no, it's bigger now. That's why. I was like, why are my stats weird? A 14 is actually not, because this is the big boss. So, you see from kind of your position in this little alleyway alcove thing between these larger rock outcroppings, you see this thing kind of turn around, its giant head and glowing eye gazing on you, at which point it fires a beam out at you.
Jesus.
Which strikes you and encases you in glowing crystal. On your turn, you're going to have to make a strength check to get out of it. Other people can also make strength checks or attack it to try to break it, though. But you are currently crystallized.
Not me.
Now.
So if I fail this check, is that my turn? Or am I just...
No, it's on your turn.
Okay.
But yeah, it's actually a lot like the Evar's Black Tentacle spell that you used. It's a restrain that you can do on your turn to break out of, but also other people can break.
So like
that is its whole turn, though.
I was gonna say, like the tentacles, am I able to just take an action that requires no movement and not bother to try to get free?
Oh no, you are like it's not like on your feet. Like you are like frozen basically. You are in this thing. This is an order ability. Essentially, put you in stasis.
Cool.
And then that will make it. Funny enough, it is actually your turn now. So if you want to go ahead and make that strength save to strength check.
So the thing with strength is that is my actual dump stat. So I'm rolling this with a -1. And I am getting a 7 -1.
The 7 is not going to do it. I will say you do have zombies. If you want to try to have one of your zombies.
Yeah, I've got the zombie stat block, and it gets +1. So.
All right, you want to go for it? See if it can smash
That's a 13.
13 is not going to, but actually you do see it like cracking a little bit. It's making progress, but you are not
okay. And then my other zombies down with that other group, I'm going to just have it start moving in towards the fight. So I'm going to just grab it and go 5, 10, 15, 20, and that's all the move speed a zombie has.
All right. In that case, it is Kishboom.
Kishboom! Right. Well, we're gonna keep on theme with yet another lightning bolt. So that's a DC 17 dexterity saving throw.
DC 17 dexterity save.
Oh my gosh!
It is going to get on that 1.
Woo! Excellent. So he shouts, "And thou, all shaking thunder, strike flat the thick rotundity of the world!" And here comes lightning damage. That is a 35.
Boom indeed.
And it's going to follow it up with and this one for flavor, and punch him with the big bee's hand, which is a spell attack, and that is a 15 to hit.
15 to hit it will, actually. Not crazy.
Okay,
AC,
cool.
It's big. Hard to miss.
17 extra force damage on top of that.
17 extra force damage. Since it's force damage, I'll flavor it. This doesn't have any extra effect or anything, but just for coolness. So you punch this thing square in the chest with your big bee's hand, and you see some of the crystal armor that is sort of encasing the more liquid chaos. It gets knocked inwards, and with a series of ripples, kind of gets shot into the liquid form. The creature staggers back a little bit, and then it sort of floats back to the surface. But it's clear from this that this is an amalgamation of two things that don't necessarily like being next to each other, and maybe that's why it's so angry all the time. If that is your turn, then Josie, you are up.
Okay. Let's see. Well, so the original intention of this character was to be a huglock, which is high strength, grapples a lot, and has a lot of close range contact spells. Including.
I'm sorry you ended up fighting a guy.
Including the ability to free cast Necrotic Touch. So, we're going to run up to this thing, which I think I have just enough movement speed.
I mean, 1 square is 5 feet, so you can literally just click over. If it's 6 squares, you'll be fine.
Okay, I got it.
Because you can use the arrow keys to move, which is
I didn't know that. Okay,
move distance. Yeah, like I said, Roll20 is the weirdest learning curve.
Okay, Cool. So, yes, I'm going to cast, not Necrotic Touch, Vampiric Touch.
A minor but important.
Minor but important difference, and that is a 14 to hit. Does that hit?
14 will not hit.
So
you know it's AC now.
Nothing there, and then, and then I guess my Squiddy is also going to do the same thing. And attack with multi-attack. Hello, D20. Please roll. There we go. Oh, that is... Oh, wait. Yeah, that is a... Wait, no. That's not a 1, that's a 7. So 15 to hit. 15 hits? Okay, and...
So, 14 missed and 15 hit. You know...
We got him.
And then that is a D10 plus... So 2 plus 8, so 10 on the first one. And then does a 12 does not hit.
12 does not, no. Man, there's so much damage stacked into this thing already because of lightning bolts. All right, I'm assuming that's your turn because the squid moves after you. So at this point, I'm going to do some rolls for the last party, essentially. See how effective they are. Okay, so the last party, again, and this is more for the audience than you guys, but you will get some assistance from it. You see also running around the feet of this thing several figures you don't recognize. The first thing you see is there's this dude in huge black, very intimidating armor with this sort of glowing aura around him, wielding this massive battle axe. And also he has the face of a dog for some reason. Not sure what that's about, but he also keeps just like barking really aggressively at everybody. Again, not really sure what that's about. He is trying to whack at this thing, not having much success whatsoever. The snake with guns is also firing off several shots. Most of them are sort of ricocheting off the armor, not doing a lot. That said, while the thing is distracted by blocking these shots from the snake, you see a crossbow bolt kind of strike it in a weak point between its armor and its body, fired by a rogue woman who quickly ducks behind another wall and goes into hiding again. And then finally, you see something that you didn't notice before, kind of just holding on to the thing's leg, not really doing anything, but seemingly trying to grapple it. There's just like a guy, a tiefling, who's just kind of like standing there, arms wrapped around it, shouting like, "Am I helping, guys?"
Great.
He does not seem to be, but a little bit of damage goes in from the crossbow bolt. Again, you don't know what, because this is not something that you're immediately aware of, but now it's the Titan's turn again. I know Nathan hasn't gone yet. Think about what that means. Let's see. And it's going to use... There's things nearby. It's going to attack the thing that is actively trying to slash at it. That being... Josie. What's your AC?
13.
Okay, it's going to hit with both of those tentacle strikes. For really low damage rolls. Well, that's not too bad. For 15 damage, it kind of lashes out at you with its liquidy arms, extending them out, kind of like your slimy form, just whipping into you a little bit. And then now it's Nathan's turn.
Gray.
What you doing, Bernie?
I like to think that Bernie asked his deity for something to come and fight, and then he got a guy that did one thing and then just stood there.
Yeah.
Like, oh my gosh.
You say I like to think as if that's
only
not
asked for one thing.
Yeah. You say I like to think as if that's not exactly what just happened.
Okay. How much movement? This is so scary. 5, 10, 15, 20. I'm just going to move to this edge, and once again...
It's also...
Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I know you don't have strength, but it's also worth noting that that Jess is still trapped in a crystal right now.
Yeah, that is true. But like 20, 25, 30, I could get to it.
You want to try to smack it?
With my 6 strength?
If you want to, give me an Arcana check, and I'll see if you can figure something else.
Okay. Huh! 29.
29. Okay, I'm just going to give you the mechanics.
Cool.
Basically, I'm not going to give you the exact numbers, but this thing has 2 ACs, a break AC and a hit AC. If you hit it, the break AC goes down by 1. So if you hit it, it'll weaken.
If I hit it.
Yeah. You got to hit it, which is not hard. It's not moving.
That's true.
If you hit it hard enough to hit but not to break, it'll crack it, and then the break AC will.
Okay. So, fucking Bernie goes, oh dear, and he twists the top of his cane, and unsheathes a sword that tinks to the ground because it's so goddamn heavy. I'm going to channel divinity, knowledge of the ages, to give myself proficiency with this great sword because it's
which you apparently don't have normally.
I used to, but now it's too heavy for me. And so that brings my -2 hit to a +2.
That's something.
And then I'll take a swing at it.
Take a swing.
8.
It is unaffected. You take this sword out and you channel all your holy might into it. You raise the sword and just kind of tap it. Like your arms give out on the upswing and it just kind of plunks on top of the crystal with no real weight behind it.
Oh, this used to be so much easier. That's it.
All right, Jess, it is your turn.
I channeled all my godly energy into that.
So you get to make another strength.
All right, me and my zombie, we got
this.
this.
It's been weakened a little from the zombie, yeah.
That is a 9 minus 1 is an 8.
Another 8. Nope, that's not going to do anything. You are still stuck.
All right,
you want to zombie that thing?
That is a natural 20 from the zombie.
Never mind. Okay, I know exactly how to flavor this. So, Bernie, you drop the sword with your arms giving out, and it just kind of taps the crystal a little bit.
Appreciate the effort.
And then just like slides off with a really annoying scraping sound to the ground. But then, shockingly, a second later, the crystal just bursts. You did it. Oh my God, Bernie, you broke the crystal.
I've still got it.
Of course, to everyone on the other side, the zombie power slammed it. But
to me, I'm like, one. I swung so hard.
Thanks for the help, Bernie.
Good work, zombie.
All right, so you are free, Goopy. But that was your turn. Well, I guess you do have the other zombie if you want to command that thing. So never mind.
Yes, I would like to command that thing because I think this turn it can. Yeah, it can make it to the big construct, and it can attack. It's just one unarmed attack, I believe. Yeah. Sorry, slam is the action. +3 to hit. So does an 18 + 3 hit?
Ooh.
21.
An 18 + 3 will hit.
All right. And it is 1d6 + 4 bludgeoning damage, and so that's going to be 5 + 4 is 9 bludgeoning damage.
9 bludgeoning damage. All right. The zombie, again, these zombies prove to be surprisingly strong, probably because they're made of magical energy that you're corrupting, not just normal zombies. It bunks it pretty good. Skyen, you're up. I have a guess as to what you're going to do.
Yeah, you definitely do. But the first thing that's going to happen is Bigby's hand, like the giant hand that piloting around, is going to attempt to grapple the creature as well.
Okay.
It is huge size, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
This thing is bigger than it was last episode, which again, that doesn't matter for flavor and for continuity, but it is huge size mechanically.
Okay, so how does grappling work mechanically? Let me just check this, because I believe it's a contested.
I think it's strength v strength, but I could be wrong about that.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so that is a +8. Let's see if I can find a dice that can do that.
Get my roll up here.
So that is a 23 that it has to beat.
It is not going to beat that. You got lucky.
Cool.
Close.
Then Bigby's
close.
hand is like where the tiefling is like holding on to the leg. Bigby's hand is gonna close over the leg on top of that and like yank this creature down to one knee.
Once again, Jonah tries to grapple the thing while something else grapples it. This almost exactly happened last week as well. There's a pattern of Jonah trying to grapple Jonah the Tiefling, of course, trying to grapple things that are also grappled by other things. All right, so yeah, you have it grappled.
Cool, and then it will take an additional whatever that is, force damage. 8 force damage.
Doing a lot of damage to this thing.
Yeah, and now, because it's grappled, it can't make the DC 17 dexterity saving throw, so it's just gonna take the lightning bolt.
Boy.
Sheesh.
Which means 29 additional damage.
You are throwing so much at this thing. Okay.
I built this guy to be good at one thing.
And you know what? He is. He is, Skyed. All right. Is that all your lightning nonsense?
That is all of my turn for now.
In that case, Josie, Gloopy, you're right under there. But it is grappled now, so you gotta... I believe you have advantage, correct?
You have advantage on any melee attacks you try and make on it, and it can't act until it frees itself from the grapple.
And I think Vampiric Touch does count as a melee attack, is that correct?
It's got touch in it, I'm gonna safely assume.
It rolls with a hit and not my spell casting.
If it rolls with a hit and it's got touch, sure.
Then, yeah, we're gonna try to Vampiric Touch this thing again.
And you got advantage.
Don't need it because I rolled a 19 for a 27. Let's go.
Roll it anyway because you might get a nat 20. Always roll the advantage anyway.
No. So 27.
I mean, that does hit.
And that will do 16 necrotic damage, and as well as heal me for I thought it heals me, but maybe it doesn't.
I think from
half the amount of the damage. Okay, so I heal for 8.
Okay. And then Squid.
And Squid.
Yo, Squid.
Does that also? It also gets advantage, right, on both attacks?
Yeah, it's just basic melees.
So Squid rolls. The first one goes for 16 plus 8.
If it's a 16 plus 8.
And then the second one rolls for 9 plus 8. 17.
9. Yeah, that'll hit. Those will both
so that will be 3 plus 8 for 11, and a 4 plus 8 for 12. 11 and 12.
So 23.
Yeah.
You guys are doing so much damage to this thing. All right. Then it is, if that's your turn.
Yes.
Which I assume it is, but yeah, okay. NPC's turn. Let's see how they do. I got to include them in this fight somehow. Let me roll their... I guess I get to roll these with advantage too, don't I? Shockingly, the guy with the dog face still does not do anything, but the rest of the unnamed heroes, at least from your perspective, all pile on, continue attacking this thing. I'll add some more damage in. Now it is the Titan's turn again, and it is what, strength check to free itself, I'm assuming?
Yes, against another strength check from me.
All right.
That is a... Yeah, that is a 23 to beat. Oh, no, wait, that's not 23. That's 25? It's plus 8. Yeah, 25.
That was the number. They rolled a 24. And you were doing 23 between 25. All right, it is still... and what is it? Just can't take actions?
It just... it's...
Or can't take, like, move
I believe it can still attack, but it can't move.
Okay, in that case, I mean, it's going to do an AoE thing anyway. So, everyone but Kishboom, actually, make me another Constitution save. It's going to do a thing.
Everyone?
Yep, all 3 of you.
Oh, that is a 6.
Okay.
Wow. That is a nat 1 -1 for another 0.
A nat 1 -1 is pretty bad. Okay, well, you're going to get an extra
Bernard.
thing for that.
Got a dirty 20.
And, okay, well...
Hold on, wait. Is this an area of effect?
Kind of.
Because if he's targeting me specifically, he has to make a wisdom save or target someone else.
Okay, no, it is not a specific target. While this thing is held down by the Big B's hand, it struggles to free itself, but is not able to despite its liquid form. However, it does manage to do something. You see parts of the chaos energy making up most of its body sort of dissipate into a smoke-like mist, which then burst out. And I am now going to roll on my special negative effects only wild magic table.
Oh, great.
Good. And I'm going to, since you got a nat 1 that became a 0, Bernie's getting 2.
What?
All right, we'll do Gloopies first. Let's see.
I mean, you might just grow a big beard. That's a thing that can happen.
No, not on this one. This is the boss one. Okay, now this is really interesting. Gloopy, you turn invisible. Strangely, like, you got one of the weirder positive things that you could get from this is you turn invisible. Everyone else in the chat, Gloopy is not invisible. Gloopy thinks that Gloopy is invisible, which is, of course, a very possibly problematic thing in a big fight. All right.
Also very
I love this table so much. I just found it. It's so funny. This table's so good. It's specifically called like entropy magic or something. I don't know who made it, but I love it. And then for Bernie, oh wow, we're gonna get a similar thing. Let me see. Oh no. Oh no. We got a similar effect of like you believe that something happens to you that does not actually. Bernie, you watch in horror as after inhaling this mist, your body starts to twist and deform, growing actually, and taking on a very horrifying set of aspects as from your perspective. After calling out to your god repeatedly and having this little crisis of faith, seems like you're turning into a pit fiend demon. Once again, he is not. God above. He is not. But yeah, Bernie, from your perspective, you're turning into a demon. Also, something else happened, but that's not immediately apparent, and I'm just going to keep that one to myself for now. That is the thing's whole turn. It cannot move. So, Bernie, you're now a pit fiend.
Real quick, do the 2 zombies get hit by that as well? I rolled for them.
I guess, you know what? I'm going to say one of them do and one of them don't, because one of them, I'm going to say for flavor, one is a chaos made zombie, one's an order made zombie, and the chaos is immune. So, sure, one of the zombie that failed gets, and I guess the squid too. The zombie looks really scared. I'm not going to go through like the flavor of it, but I'll handle it when it matters. Josie, what about the squid? Con save for that.
Nat 20.
Just scary. Oh!
Squid's fine. Squid's good. Squid was like, yeah, I don't care. Who cares about this? So,
bullet time dodging out of the way of every single particle of smoke, yeah.
Seriously. So, the monster basically hits you with magic chaos hallucination gas. But that is its turn. So, yeah, Bernie, the pit fiend.
Great. So this is clearly... Bernie is taking this as, this is divine. This is suffering bestowed upon him by deities, and he goes, he like whispers to himself. He's like, "So this is the power you bestow upon me. Very well." And he will run in, right up to the legs of this guy, or however, I don't know how deep in you want me to go. To actually get to the legs.
Obviously, I mean, this would be top down, so.
And be like, world with many gods. Gods are meaningless. And cast touch this beast and cast Inflict Wounds at a 5th level. I have to roll to hit. Is it still grapple?
Oh, it's a roll to hit. Okay.
Is it melee? Then you have advantage.
Okay, I would have advantage.
Yeah, if it's a melee, you have advantage, and it is still grappled. So yes.
That is a 25 to hit.
Demon powers. Actually, Bernie turned into a demon and is so filled with
so
mighty.
Hard
I believe it's so hard it's real.
And it's inflict wounds too. So like I imagine for flavor. And I say I imagine, I'm the DM, what I imagine is canon. From Bernie's perspective, you're just taking like these demonic claws that you have and slashing at this thing like crazy.
Inky black.
From everyone else's perspective, it's just this old man like, ah! But somehow it's also working. And wounds are appearing in this thing where it gets hurt.
It's necrotic damage. And so it'll be 7d10.
You're doing so much more damage to this thing than I thought you were going to. We're almost done.
Roll it. Holy smokes. That's a lot of good rolls. Holy shit. 58 damage.
58 damage.
Oh my
50. Bernie went demon mode for real.
Bernie tripping balls.
Bernie went
He pressed both left and right control stick and went rage mode. Yeah.
Bernie went demon mode for real.
Holy shit, Bernie.
Well, now it is this thing's turn again because it is it gets to go twice. One for I don't know if you
literally on demon time. That's so funny.
Let's see if it can finally break out of this. So grapple check for the hand. Oh, that's almost certainly a fail.
16 from me.
Yep, it rolled 4. I mean with bonuses, but like it doesn't have a plus 12. So yeah, it stays on the ground, but it can at least still attack. And it is now very concerned about the just very angry old man. The very angry old man that is scratching the hell out.
There are no gods.
So it's gonna. What's Bernie's AC? I assume very low.
Yeah, we got a 8.
8? You have an AC of 8?
That's a -2 from dexterity, I take it.
Yeah, and no armor.
Oh my god.
Bernard.
Okay, yeah, you're. Boy. How much health does he have? I don't think this is gonna one shot, but like.
You got 27 left. Don't worry, I'll be fine.
You see Bernie continues to just scratch at this thing as it's being held down by a hand, doing his damnedest to destroy what he can with some strange power that you have not seen him use before. But as this is happening, the creature manages to kind of wiggle an arm free and just power slam Bernie all the way back into a wall where he falls down unconscious.
Death Ward, I followed a 1 HP.
Over here?
Yeah, I'm trying to move. I kind of imagine, like... I probably like back.
I am not down. There. I'm still up because
I'm imagining. Oh, you're still up.
I cast Death Ward at the beginning of the fight, so instead of falling to 0, I fall to 1.
You did. Also, for note on what I was imagining is it was I'm saying it's facing you when you're doing the big beast hand because it's kind of trying to grapple with you, and so it was like laying down on its back, and kind of slammed like backwards and knocked him back. That's like,
Bernie's still got some fight in him. He ain't hear no bell.
Yeah, and this thing's almost done, so you can, Jess.
But he is. I will say he is all the way on the ground, prone, like.
Yeah. So can you save? This is now not a question of are you going to win. This is are you going to kill it before it has a chance to exterminate?
I think I can. I think I maybe can. I think I can cast Blight on it at 5th level.
That would have a chance to do it. I'm going to
spend a 5th level spell slot to cast Blight. It is a DC 16 con saving throw.
Con saving good, though.
That was so perfect.
Let's see, though.
You take half damage.
It is going to
so
pass.
It's half damage. So Blight at 5th level is 9d8. And so that rolls 36. So you're taking half of that. So that's just 18 necrotic damage.
Okay, not crazy yet. but you're getting there. You do still have your zombies.
Yes, I do still have my zombies somehow.
Hey, look, at this point, every bit of damage counts. Hey, it's been pretty solidly restrained for a decent amount of this fight. If this thing gets to move, it steps on you and does damage, but it has been locked down and shockingly unable to break.
So the one zombie that's been helping me never really got into melee range, so it's going to move forward. And then it's going to swing.
Remember advantage.
With advantage, that's right.
Still.
So that thank God for advantage, because the first one was a 5 and the second one is a 17 plus 4, which is 1d6 plus
17
1.
plus will do it, yeah.
So that's 7 damage.
7 damage, that's more progress.
And then my other zombie is going to make the same attack with a 4 and an 8 plus 1 is 9. So none of those, yeah. And so that's me, I think.
That goes to Josie then. And you got multiple melee attacks with advantage, so that's pretty good.
Let's go.
All right. Knowing that this thing is like near death, she's gonna cry out, Sligma. She who embraces all, and then
she who embraces all.
She who embraces all. I'm gonna hug it with a necrotic touch with advantage. A 20 and 24.
Yeah,
hit. And we have a 21 for damage.
21. That was a big chunk. Okay, it's really looking like it's on its last legs now. This thing, like, you can see the armor is starting to crack. The liquid parts of its body are melting slightly, becoming less defined and humanoid. And then your squid.
And then squid, we have.
Get it, squid.
19 for the first one. 19 plus 8. 19 will hit for the first one, and then 14 plus 8 for the second.
Both hit.
Wait, hold on. Advantage on that one. Oh yeah, 14 plus 8, and so that will be 7 plus 8 for 15, and and a 2 plus 8 for 10, so 25 from the tentacles.
This has been a fight of statistical improbabilities. It has 1 health.
Not
you and me.
It has 1 health. Kishboom. How do you want to execute this thing?
Well, basically what's going to happen is that Bigby's hand, which has been crunching it the whole time, he's going to do a big heave on it, and he's going to simply tear its leg off.
All right. Yeah, you, with the grapple that you already got, you just yank on this thing's limb, ripping it clean off with a large sort of splash of this liquid that then ricochets and ripples up the body, with the whole thing just melting into a gigantic puddle on the ground, the crystal armor on top of it shattering into little fragments.
Yeah, and as he rips, he does one last thing.
And my ending is despair unless I be relieved by prayer.
Now, this thing has been defeated, but there's other things happening as this fight is going on, and as you look around, the cavern that you were in is not a cavern anymore. It is a gigantic ravine. Very, very clear that this is not the place that you were, and of course later this would be a very important area, as this is the place that eventually Rift Reach will be founded. But that's a few years in the future. Got to build up the city from there. Now, notably, the portals have stabilized over the course of this fight. It seems like whatever spell Callisto is doing has worked. They are no more monsters coming through. Their energy has become a little bit more solid over time. Callisto, looking around and seeing that most of the fight is over, there's still some monsters running around, but they're smaller ones and they're getting mostly picked off by the spellcasters. He looks down at the crushed remains of this monster, these sort of chaos, or the chaos puddle with these order crystal shards in them. And thinking quickly, looks down and begins casting spells on them, essentially forging them into these shifting color shards, coating the order with this chaotic sheen, which he then blasts outward onto both sides, essentially capping the portals with these layers of shimmering crystal and glass, which again, that's something, now you guys know the origin of that in the audience. Then, clearly exhausted by the huge magical efforts that he has put out, he falls to the ground, and you see him open his mouth to speak, but before he gets any words out, falls unconscious. The threat has been defeated.
Heyo.
So what are you guys doing?
Yeah, Fistboom sort of seems to, the moment the monster's gone, seems to recover his normal attitude. It's like, oh, fuck, shit. And, will start darting over towards Bernie.
Bernie is flat on his back on the ground, just like, the gods are full of cruel indifference. Everything's a god and nothing's a god. Nothing matters. And just muttering to himself about deities and realms.
I think I'm going to move that way because I've got Healing Word. I'm going to start casting Healing Word and also use this as an opportunity once again to preach the good word of Sligma, she who embraces us all, the slime goddess.
You are able to successfully heal Bernie. Bernie, by the skin of his very old teeth, has survived this fight miraculously with that one death ward that you set up earlier.
I knew I'd need it. I knew it.
It's also worth noting that with the chaos creature defeated, the effects that you have gone away. So Bernie, looking at yourself, you notice you are now once again human. No more demonic things for you. However, as you look around, clearly a lot of things have happened in this recent time. The other two members of the other two leaders of this order have not returned. The portals are closed. Whether there's plans to open them in the future, you're not really sure. Callisto is currently unconscious. Many researchers are rushing over to attend him, both because they're concerned and also because he is the only leader that is actively there at the moment. But to keep the possibility of maybe doing another one-shot in this time frame in the future, I think that with this success, a success with losses, given the what we know as the temporary loss of Prophis and Aldor, this was a win. Bernie's alive. The monsters have been defeated. There's a giant hole in the desert now, and there's monsters swarming the surface. But hey, it could have been worse, and much of the disasters were prevented. So, like I said, we'll end it there so we can keep these characters open for possible things later in the future.
Sure.
I hope you all enjoyed. I know this was another bit of a long one. These breakpoints kind of do sometimes run long because I got to be self-contained. So, thank you so much to all our guests. I mean, I guess also thanks to Nathan, but Nathan's usually here, so...
Yeah, fuck me, right?
Thank you to Skyen, thank you to Jess and Josie, especially thanks to you two for coming up with this reveal bit that we did at the beginning. Yeah. I'm very glad that worked out pretty nicely. Announcements. We do have a slight scheduling announcement, that mostly being that there will not be an episode next week. Not an episode of Breakpoints, not a main campaign episode. This is like a true sort of mid-season break because I have to go out of town for some family stuff. Everything's fine, but I will not be available to DM, and because there's a lot of chaos in my schedule, I'm not going to be able to set a lot of stuff up. But the week after that, which is... Let me see what...
The 9th?
The 9th? The 9th, I think? Yeah. The 9th, we will be returning to the main campaign, so we finally get to see what exactly the Trial of the Extant is all about. I'm sure everybody is equally excited and terrified for that. Yeah, no, dude, we left off at quite a cliffhanger. But yes, Trial of the Extant in 2 weeks. I hope to see you then. Also, what extra announcement... I've got a new show starting tomorrow. Technically, tomorrow is a pilot episode, so we'll see if it continues, but I'm trying to put, like, equal amounts of production value that I do into this. It's called Canon Clash. It is a ridiculous comic book game show where I'm basically going to take several of my mutuals who are not incredibly ingrained in comic spaces and present them with a bunch of weird comics characters from decades past, some of which I just entirely made up, and their goal is to guess whether the character is a real thing that was actually published or just my bullshit ideas. And it's a real game show. There's like lifelines and points and everything. That will be at usual stream time tomorrow, so 8 p.m. Central Time. I do hope you show up for that. It will be fun. Anyone else got anything to plug? Guests, if you want to announce your stuff, where you can find your content, all to you now.
Because I know Josie's not going to go do it, you should listen to Josie's music on Spotify, St. Josie on Spotify. Her song Hyper Beam absolutely rules, and she's got some new stuff coming out soon, too.
Let's go! Let's go! We need to get all the musician guests and do an Oops All Bards episode.
I would watch that so much.
I think we have enough. I'll think about it. I'll mark that down on my possible breakpoints list. All right, Skyen, you want to say where people can find you?
Yeah, just Google my name, although currently I'm mostly over on my Let's Play channel, absolutely brain-rotting my way through Tears of the Kingdom.
Dude, I've seen so many episodes of that. I need to go through and watch your playthrough, because I haven't played the game, but it looks fun.
It is very fun.
All right. On that note, that will be the end of this episode. Thank you so much for watching. I will hopefully see you tomorrow at my other show, but we will see you for D&Dorks in 2 weeks. Thank you all for watching. Have a good rest of your night.